Yo, what's up, Albrecht? Just in time for part 2. This was meant to be like a 3-hour tutorial yesterday. And it took me nearly 5 hours to do half the game. Although I spent like 40 minutes on Escape. Because you know what I'm like with Escape, I'm fucking... Like, I just spent so long on Escape. But like, it's going to be highlighted in 2 parts on Twitch, but then I'm going to edit it for YouTube. Because I could probably get it down. I can edit out like a load of shit from it for YouTube. Because there's no way I'm uploading like a fucking 10-hour video to YouTube. Especially in 720 to 60 frames per second. It'll take me weeks. And I don't want to export it from Twitch because it won't be in... It'll be in 30 frames per second. And I don't want that shit. Alright. This up. Unfortunately, I did not get the sandcart in this. I didn't show how to do it. Alright, so what was I up to? The woods. I think I've got one more bomb than I'm supposed to have, but that's just because I've been killing more enemies. I think I'm only meant to have 6 here. Can't remember. It doesn't matter. Alright. So, when you leave Thieves Town, you'd think it'd be best to come out and like not nudge against that wall. You know what I mean? Like, instead of like moving down and nudging against it a little bit. But if you do that, you can sometimes get hit by one of these Ghostbusters. You gotta watch out for that. So that's why you'll generally see people just like hold diagonal out, then dash a little bit like that and nudge. You see that ghost that I like went into? See if I can get hit. Probably can't. It's probably something I've made up, but I have been hit doing that before. You don't want to do that. Okay, now when you plant this bomb, I like to pause buffer and try and get Link like right at the end. Line up with this the way it's going left, like the L shape. I like to get it right there, and I want to plant the bomb. And then you don't want to pick up the bomb immediately. By doing this, you're able to plant the bomb earlier, which is obviously good because it saves time. You plant the bomb and then you walk through the bomb a little bit and you pick it up, kind of like this. You plant it and then you walk through and pick it up more like that. The way Link picks it up quite late. And that's because Link walks slower when carrying the bomb. So by doing this, it kind of gives you... It's a way for you to plant the bomb early, but still be able to break the door. As opposed to, you know, planting and immediately picking it up like that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to plant it and then pick it up straight away. Plant it, walk through it, pick it up later. It looks something like this. The way I do it is as well, the dash. So I get to about, this is way too early, but I throw it and then I walk down, I throw it around here, and I walk down, hesitate slightly, and then dash into the door. I mean, obviously this is a small place to dash, but If you do it well enough, you will save time with the dash as well. Whoops. Like that. It's not that difficult to do, but if you do it like this, you can actually save quite a bit of time over, you know, like going down here. I see people go down here, slash a bush and dash up, or whatever. You don't want to do that. Try not to do that. That's slow. Angle, buffer, plant, walk, pick up, throw, hesitate, dash. Try and go into the door nicely, of course. Right, in this room, can walk straight down the stairs and, you know, get that, that's fine. But it is actually faster to jump off the ledge. You can save like, I think it's like one, maybe 2 frames, but it's no reason not to do it. It's pretty easy. You just hold, jump. You don't quick hop. You can't quick hop off that. Can't quick hop. I mean, you could potentially go with a sword sideways, but that's slower. One of the reasons why I prefer doing this is because occasionally when you walk down the stairs, you'll nudge against the end of this. What is it, like a stove or some shit? Yeah. This grey wall, you'll sometimes occasionally nudge against it when getting into the chest, and you'll lose a few frames there. Whereas when coming from the left, it's just an easier transition to the chest. Just diagonal straight to it. You don't really get caught on this barrel. So, it's, you know, it's not a big deal. You can do whichever, but it's like 1 or 2 frames, and it's, you know, it's right there. It's available for you if you want to take it. If not, don't worry about it. It's a toilet. That's not a fucking toilet. Look, this is like a stove, and it's like a frying pan or some kind of pot on top, is it not? It's an outhouse. No, it's not. I've seen these in other houses. I've seen these in other houses, like in the kitchen. Chatting shit, man. This is a children's game. They wouldn't put a toilet in it. Right. So this next dash, talked earlier on in this tutorial about dashing south and north and how it's, you know, can be quite tricky to cut your dash short. But I've also mentioned about how trees can be deceiving in that what you can actually see is not like the physical end of it. So like it looks like where Link's sword is right now is the end of it, but it's not. Link can actually go in a bit. That being said, you only need to go down far enough, save some time, that you're not going to bonk onto this. Let's see what that would look like. So about there. So you want like Link's shadow halfway past these little bottom green tiles, and then that's going to give you, you know, going to nudge you down. I mean, it's no big deal if you stop there and fumble around this tree. But ideally, you want to get it in one. So the way I do it, like I don't have a setup or anything because this. I just, you know, practice self dashes. I hold diagonal out the door, hold diagonal, and then immediately change to right. Walk to about here, dash down, and then like that, and that'll do it for me. I buffer to the mirror here. The reason why I buffer is just so I can try and get like a nice little walk down here. So I wait until I see Link start to like be pushed past the little wooden sign, then I buffer to mirror for straight down. If you do it and you see that you are too high, like say you get hit and you know you're gonna bonk, just buffer a little bit early and then just cancel it and go down like that. But don't worry too much about trying to, you know, get right down here where you can get right through like that. I mean, it's optimal, but it's very difficult to do. You can if you want. I used to do this and buffer like this, can do that if you want, but it can make coming through here sometimes a little awkward. That's why I opted to not do that anymore. I just go like that. Wait until I get the nudge buffer and then straight down here. Right, you want to walk down until Link starts to touch roughly around this bush. You want to get, you know, like around here. Not the bush here, and like the little grass thing here. Just covers the flower. Dash right up against this tree, and then you can get a little bit of like pumping here. You can do a little bit of down pumping. I talked about it earlier. If you can do air pumping with just your left thumb, you know, without having to bring it over like this, just do like little things like that, then you'll be able to get a few pumps in. Is this on a SNES? Yes, I'm playing on a Japanese Super Nintendo right now, Super Famicom. I don't go for the early cursed dwarf talk, where you know you can lift up the top pot, talk to him through there, lift up that, and like kind of get a talk there. I don't go for that. I don't really like that strat. It's very, very like finicky to do. Come down here. There, get a few pumps there, and when throwing the skull, I kind of throw it and like tap left and throw it, because you don't want to be you want to talk to the frog as far away as possible from him. You don't want to like be all up on him like that. You want to try and stay back a little bit, you know, because you are going back to the right. So kind of like sort of like that. Like that. So I try and do like that, and that just, you know, gives me less distance to travel on the way out. Not a big deal, but it helps. Don't be careful here when mashing the buttons, because it's only 3 texts. Accidentally mirror. So after you L and R and then hold diagonal straight out, you don't want to diagonal keep going over this way. You want to diagonal just to the tree and then walk straight up, so you can maximize this dash to the right. So don't come out and like do this and then dash from here. Come out, maximize it, walk straight up there, dash, and then walk up to here, and then quickly change to north. You'll learn a visual cue for this. My visual cue to get the good here is when Link is just slightly to the right of the brown patch of dirt, but not completely off it. That's when I change up. So up here, like that. Dash up through there, and then up through there. Try and get nice dashes if you can. Right here. I dash to this, and then when I get close enough, I kind of move diagonal up to cancel a dash and try and pick up the stone at the same time. Similar to a pot slide and one of the small rock slides. You can do it with the big ones as well, so you can kind of get a pixel boost as you pick it up. You can get a pixel boost north. So kind of like that. I mean, that wasn't really a pixel boost as such, but I'm moving in the right direction. Just like the big rock after fake flippers, when you throw this, you want to hold up, so Link is automatically facing up. So you hold diagonal rather, and Link will automatically be facing up. So instead of throwing it like this and moving to the right, and then, you know, changing up, hold diagonal out of the throw. Like that, and he's already facing up. Whatever, you know, you stair pump on this. Here, I just do a thumb wobble like that, because it's just a small staircase, and I get a wobble in. And then for my visual cue for this, I mean, obviously the quick warp is anywhere which is straight in a line, but my positioning for where I usually want to warp is right in in the center of the last 4 bricks or stones on the floor, not including the top one inside the actual door, but these 4 here. That's where I like to warp. Like there. Hold straight through the door. This one's just simple. Mash a few buttons. Straight out and straight back in. Okay, now I'm gonna show you the early text. Right, so you can actually talk to these guys from quite early on. Similar to like a few other NPCs we've talked about. But you can do this in a dash. Now, there's two different ways you can do this, or two different ways you can go about it. You can either try and time it, or you can try and mash it. Neither one are very consistent. It's all preference, but like, if you were to mash it, let me just make sure my camera's on the controller. Here we go. So if you were to mash it, sometimes it's not going to work. That's still an early one because you see Link still got his sword out. But you can get really, really early. Like that. That's pretty much one of the best ones you can get. See how far away I am from the blacksmith when I'm speaking to him? That means, you know, I'm saving time when leaving. You can do this by timing it. But I never like the timing method. I think Zelna times it. But for me, I always got better results with mashing. But yeah, I didn't get a single one there with timing. Terrible with timing. Yeah, still kind of early, but not the best. When talking to this blacksmith as well, you want to mash and you want to hold down. In a couple of these text boxes, you'll be boosted down a pixel, which just makes it a little bit faster to go out the door. So early one, 3, hold down, wait for the last one, L and R, and dash out. Walk into the warp. This next warp as well, there's a huge window on getting that one. Right, again, same thing as before. You can talk to him early again this time. So that's another early one. This one you don't want to hold down, you're not going to get a pixel boost off this. You just L and R to get your sword. L and R and then out the door again. It's pretty much the blacksmith. This is one of the most boring parts of the game, in my opinion, getting a tempered sword. Alright, for this little quick hop, whoops. What I do is I just walk straight down and then I just use a feeling, like kind of when I get to the end of these bricks and then just move diagonal to the right and quick hop. So like when Link's about to touch the bottom of the bricks, something like that. When I land here, immediately turn to the left, pump down to this big rock, throw that. If you like me there, I was a little bit too high, that I was going to nudge onto this. So what I like to do is after I pick up the rock, I do a little down and then dash, just to so I don't get too much of a nudge against that. So pump, pick up. I'm quite low there, so it's fine. Go there, but if I was to pick it up from quite high, ideally you want to pick it up from high, like there, and then just down and dash out. Alright, this fence dash. So I'm gonna bonk here. You know, you can sometimes get a nice smooth transition round that fence like that. The consistent way to do it is what you want to do when you enter this screen. You want to move forward 2 pixels and dash the same frame. Now, when Link moves left, he automatically moves 2 pixels for the first movement anyway. So it's just Link. You need Link to move forward once. So like it will look like too much. Like that. That should work. Yeah, like that. Now the way I do it is I just like I relax my thumbs and I gently tap them. I gently press left and dash. Just that. I mean, this is all personal preference. You use whatever is best for you to do it, but as long as you know you have to move 2 pixels and then dash. There's other setups you can do it. You can move diagonal up 2 pixels as well, I believe. Like kind of like that. That's not going to work, but that kind of motion. All you've just got to practice is knowing if Link's moved 2 pixels or not. So you need to just watch his shadow and see if you know if he's done it or not. If he hasn't done it, it's no big deal. Just cancel the dash like that and move on. That's fine. That's not going to get it, so, you know, don't do it. So this is the way I like to practice. This is how I practiced it. I used to do it, and I used to never cancel it, and I used to try and guess. So I'd be like, that won't be it. And if it bonked, I was like, I was right. So now, that's an bonk. That's going to do it. And just being able to recognize when you're on it and not on the pixel is all you really need. That's going to do it. That's going to bonk. So, you know, just being able to recognize. If you don't want to do that, it's a very small time saver anyway. You can just, you know, come up here. Do this. That's going to bonk to the house. But yeah. It's a very simple trick and it looks cool. So if you can do it, why not do it? Right, Link's house, not Link's house, Mario's house or whatever. Pump against this here. Now your movement in here on the way out. So you want to come off this chest and stay as high as possible under this bed. Maximize this southwards dash. Same when dashing up as well. You don't want to dash up to be just on line with this bottom wall. You want to be on line with this bed. So you kind of use this like skating board, the outlay on the floor. I'm going to dash up, go on top of that, and same when coming out, be on top of that. There. Not always going to get it perfect, but if you try and go for it, helps. Now here, you can get a skull bush very easily. It's probably saved into the game saver. Here, if you can cancel a dash nicely, you can pump against this. If you go a little bit too high, don't pump back down because you're going to lose time. But if you happen to just nicely come along, you can get a few pumps in here. Or maybe save a few frames, but it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't stop really early on purpose and nudge around the corner, because you're going to lose frames doing that. Just if you happen to get it, you get it. So that's why you want to try and do nice dashes. If you can try and press up and dash on the same frame here, and not move Link too much north before you dash, it's going to help you a lot. But it's a difficult thing to do. I nudged a little bit on the corner there, but that's still fine. Align yourself up for Link shadows, just the left of the green tiles here. Then dash straight up here. Now this next room, a lot of people don't actually know that you can dash without having to wait. There's different RNGs you get here. So let's just see a couple. So I can dash first here. That RNG. So you just want to watch, the second pig here. If he walks away to the left, you're fine. First, let's talk about the movements here. You want to pump a little bit here. You can get a few pumps there until you get to the corner of this tree, and then you want to walk until you want to line Link up flush against these trees and these rocks, so you don't bump against this. My cue for that is just when Link is just about to come out of this tree down here, about to come out in his shadow, about to creep into this little like divot. That's my visual cue. Get me into there. But yeah, so that's the movement for that. So here, he threw his spear quite early. If he throws his spear from around here, then you're gonna have to wait for it. If he gets closer to the sign, then you're good to go. And if you do your movements perfectly, the other pig should never ever get in your way, I believe. I don't think he should ever be a problem. Like, early spear, wait, dash. You don't have to wait and dash. You can get here and walk up and then dash. Or you can just wait and dash, just as long as you're actually dashing as early as possible. Here, I can go, because he went closer to the sign. Just takes practice and getting used to it. Can't go. I can go here. So yeah, just like you want to be able to do this movement kind of with your right eye. Well, no, you want to focus on getting good movement, and with your peripherals, watch the pig. That's what I kind of do. If you're focusing on the pig, then you might if you like nudge against these trees, you're gonna lose some time there and slow down, and you're not gonna be able to beat the spear. So you've got to make sure you get good movement around the tree, because that's gonna help you beat the spear in more different types of RNGs. So focus on movement first, and kind of look in the background at the pig, similar to what I was talking about in Hera, in the beetle room, where you want to focus on picking up the pots. Look at the pots so you don't stumble and fumble picking up the pots, and kind of keep like an awareness of where the beetles are. The same, similar thing here. Okay. Alright, first bit of Skullwood's Overworld. I do not recommend that you do, this dash here. It is slightly faster, but you run the risk of falling into here, and if you fall into here, your run's over. Your run is over. You will lose. I don't know exactly what you'll lose, but it's got to be at least 30 seconds, you would think. But your run's over if you fall into there. Just for the sake of saving a little bit of time. Also, to do it, you have to move diagonal out of here. So you get up against there. So it's just like I would have fell then if I'd done the dash. I don't really think it's a good strat. Best to just come straight up here, keep hold of up, so it's easy to just diagonal cancel. I don't know if I've mentioned that yet so far, but when I dash and I have to cancel that dash, I always keep hold of the direction I'm pressing. I'm going in. So if I'm dashing south, I'll keep hold of south, north, etc. Except if I'm going along a pit for obvious reasons. I'll talk about that just in a sec in case people don't know. And the reason why I do that is just so I can use my thumb and I can wiggle to the diagonal to cancel the dash easier than by not pressing anything and trying to cancel it. It's like if I cancel it like that, I run the risk of moving more to the left than if I just do a little nudge. It just helps it for me. I know other people do it as well. But obviously you can't hold a direction like that when dashing past a ditch or a hole, because for whatever reason the dash won't work. Got in the mechanic. So here you don't want to do it. There's a few other places you don't want to do it. There's one in Aga's Tower in the pit room. You don't want to do it there. You don't want to do it in the room with the big switch in Hera. You don't want to do it in the room, 2 or 3 rooms before almost 2 in Ganon's Tower. But I think it's pretty much common knowledge at this point. You would have learned that from watching a beginner's tutorial, I believe. So yeah, here, cancel it. Walk up to here. Try and stay flush against this. Now here, you can pump against this. Now I wouldn't go completely crazy, but I just do a few down pumps with my thumb, like that. And I get probably about 3 or 4 pumps in there. Then here, straight up. So like I said, don't press the direction here. Because even after you pass the pit, it will still cancel it. Like I'm up here and I can cancel this dash just by pressing up. You can cancel this dash with up. That comes very much in handy though, because you can cancel it up here with up and straight on. You don't have to diagonal cancel this dash, because even though you're no longer dashing against the pit, it recognizes that you was dashing against the pit in this actual dash. So you can just cancel that with up. And Link is still facing north. Pretty cool. So, because you'd see a lot of, you can tell when people don't know that because they do this. They'll do this. You see people like go to the left and then back like that. That's because they don't know you can cancel this with just by pressing up. Forgive me, it is morning. Bit too high. Alright, here. You want to try and maximize. I mean, you want to, after you dash here, you want to cancel this one with a diag and kind of move a little bit north just to make it, you know, so you can guarantee you're going to kill this guy. When coming down here as well, you've got to notice with these rib cages, little bits extra where you can go on top of them, where you can bonk. So you want to kind of, when coming on after you kill this guy, you want to kill him. You can kill him right here as well. You can kill him and still get a perfect dash. You kill him and then you want to just move just to there, just to link passes the like spine of this, then dash down, diagonal out of that. So it's a tricky little bit of overworld, which just takes a little bit of practice, but it's not too bad. Like that. How it should look. Looks something like this. That's fine. That's good enough. Alright, this mummy statue room. We don't dash here anymore. I think we used to do that a long time ago. Pretty sure when I started that was the norm. The reason why you don't want to do that is it can create a lot of lag and it's just not a very good strat. You want to come up and slash both of these. Occasionally, the blue jelly to the right will not die. You'll miss him and he'll veer off to the right. That's just RNG. That's not really you doing anything wrong. What you want to do in that situation is just try your best to kill him with a pot. Try just kill him with the pot. He might float out the way and you're safe, but he might come back into play around here. And that can be a problem. Right, I'm just going to go over the movement first before I do some examples with the mummy back in the room. Shame I can't kill this. So, when I throw the pot, I come straight diagonal out of here to this statue. Now, it doesn't matter whether you pull this from far to the left or far to the right, because you do have to go around to the right of it anyway. But what you want to learn is visual cues on how low to pull the statue. Now, this is... That's not the... That can be 1 pixel higher. I think that's it. Let me just confirm. No, it's... No, it must be that then. Okay. So that's the... Oh yeah, okay, it is. That line, sorry, I was confused. Okay, so there. That's the lowest... So that's the highest you can keep the statue with still being able to walk behind it. That. Get these out the way again. Killing them with beams is going to take ages. Okay. So that's the lowest you can pull it with still being able to walk behind it. Now, the reason why you want it to be like this is 2 reasons. Obviously, because it saves time, and second, because once the statue becomes over this way, you can fit through the gap of this, but for some reason, the mummy will have a very difficult time getting through this. I don't know if it's completely impossible for him to get through it. I think he can still get through it in some rare occasions, but more or less, he's going to just like get kind of stuck behind here. That's one of the main reasons why you want to do it. But that being said, you run the risk of not pulling the statue low enough. I just managed to get it like 3 times back to back because I've practiced this room for fucking donkeys. Fucking absolute ages. But you run the risk of not being able to get behind it yourself. So that is why it's vital that you learn this little visual cue. So you see there's the line just before. In between the tiles. You can still see a little bit of the tile that is below what the statue's on. You can see the line of the tile and 1 pixel above. As long as you can see those 2 and look out for those 2, or you know, use your own visual cues, get your own visual cues, whatever works for you. But get a visual cue for this so that you know you've pulled it down far enough. If you've not pulled it down far enough, then when you come here, what you're gonna do is don't pull it back down again from the side. Start pulling it, pushing it from the side, and when you get here, just nudge it a little bit, and then come over the top like that. The best way to do it, instead of coming back around to the front, pull it down again, then going back around. Just push it once from the top if you can. Okay. Now, when pushing statues, Link moves faster when he's like you know, like stair wobbling. Similar thing here. So if I was to just push it straight to the left, kind of slow and clunky. Same with going to the right. But if I'm moving kind of like this when doing it, like that's so much faster. You can see how much faster that is just by watching it. Like, so you want to do it like that, kind of like. So if you got good mummy RNG, you know, you'd pull the statue. I'll just wait for this hand. Pull the statue down today. You'd move around, push it from the bottom, and kind of go like that. Kind of what you want to do. Also as well, just a little fun fact, if you have your sword held out, you push even faster. But sadly, we can't really utilize this in the run because, you know, you'd lose the time you'd save by releasing the spin. When pushing it north onto this, you can actually push it from really quite far back. Let me see. One more, I think. Like that. That will work. I don't know why I let myself get grabbed, but you don't have to be. It doesn't have to be fully onto it. Alright, now that's just bad RNG. If that happens, you can do one or two things. You can either do what I did and take the hit, or you can, you know, try and slash them out the way. But that's, I didn't do anything wrong there. Him being at the top is just bad RNG. If you're pushing this statue to the side, like so, you're around here, you're pushing it to the side, and one of the mummies or two of the mummies are down here coming up at you. You can either just stop what you're doing and go around the back and pull it, or you can just slash your sword down and take a bit of a gamble and hope he doesn't come back at you. Let's do a couple and talk about anything that happens. Also as well, if you see like this, both of the mummies were coming at me then, so I didn't really want to slash because there was a big gap between them. But I knew I'd only slash the first one, the second one would get me. And if both of these jellies drop an item, you're going to get a bit of lag as well, so watch out for that. See what happens when you don't push down far enough. Or pull it, rather. Try and, when you get on top of this statue to pull it up as well, try really hard to get straight on it, because pulling while nudging against this like little knuckle like that is really fucking slow. You'll lose a lot of time doing that. You could looks like you could lose about 20 to 30 frames doing that. So try and get right on top of the statue so that you're going to fit nicely into this little alleyway where the switch is. He's gone up top, he's gone south. Still a dickhead of a room. You just gotta practice it. I think I've said enough on it. Like there, you could have potentially done a sword slash on him. But like, yeah, see what I mean there? You can get around the statue, but he can't for whatever reason. Also, here as well, my visual cue for how far you have to pull the statue is I use the line at the bottom of the statue in reference to, you see these little like rails either side of the switch. They have three black lines in them, yeah? The bottom black line, yeah? When that is in line with the bottom black line of the statue, that means you're good to go. That's a good cue on not pulling the statue too far. Because remember, similar to the way like Link's head is when he's dashing north and south, it is a bird's eye view after all. So it's like, sometimes things are a little bit misleading. See, like that. Alright, this room. If he's in your way when you come in, then dash him. If he's straight in front of you, then dash him. If he's kind of to the side, slash him. Because if you slash him, it's going to push him to whichever side he's most inclined to be. You can't slash immediately in the door. You have to like come out a bit and slash him. But if he's straight ahead of you, best to just dash him, and then, you know. Now, if you want to go left or right, that's preference. Obviously, it's faster to go left because this thing is not, the room's not symmetrical. This is closer than it is to go here, but there's generally most of the time going to be worse RNG over here. You have to cancel your dash a little bit early before the spy can walk around, whereas you're generally safe all the time here. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. This mummy as well. When you come out of this, if you come into this room and the mummy, you know, you've got good RNG where you can just go straight to the side. You don't have to go all the way to the top here and then dash. You just have to go north enough to be on top of the mummy. You can maximize this dash. If the mummy's down here, you only have to go to about like there. You get a longer dash. Better than walking there. So keep a lookout for the mummy. But yeah, I don't go left. I don't really like it. I mean, unless I get really bad RNG. If I get the RNG, the only time I would suggest going left is if you come out and the mummy's right around here, you slash him and then he's hovering there and there's also a skeleton around here. Which can happen. Like if that skeleton goes left as well, like he just did. If he can go fully left and then you can just kind of like up here. Cancel the dash. Yeah, I've locked in this RNG. Let's see if I can unlock it. Oops. Wait for this to go. Oh, he doesn't go. Interesting. Oh, he's gone. Okay. See, like this. You can get an RNG like... Oh, no, that's not an RNG. That's... The room was loaded from earlier on. Alright, it's not going to work. Just practice it. It's not a big deal of a room. But like there. There you might want to go, because the skeleton went to the right. You might want to go to the left there. You know, just do what you got to do. Alright, this next overworld. There's a few ways you can go. These doors, by the way, you can just hold straight left out of them, or straight right rather. You don't have to press down and then out, or diagonal or anything like that. You can just press right. You'll come out of it, and then you want to immediately, when you get to, well, I mean, about here, walk diagonal until Link just kind of nudges a little bit over this. That gives you a good line up to here. You want to dash kill him, and when you come down here, you can either do. You get 3 different types of RNGs here. All of them, if you want to avoid them all completely and not worry about it, you can just stop your dash and dash through the top here, and then dash down there. That's not that slow. But it is quicker to come through the bottom bushes. Quicker to dash right down here, move down here, and then kind of walk around this way instead. But this second Popo in this overworld has one of 3 RNGs. He can either be down here like this. That's there's of the 3 RNGs, 2 of them are considered good, 1's considered bad. But even with the bad one, if your movement's good enough, you can still, you know, get a good dash. And what it is, it's what determines whether you can dash far from over here, or you might have to go over here before you dash. If he's down there, you've just got to make sure to extend this dash so that you actually kill him. The last thing you want to do is cancel the dash early and walk into him. Then you extend it, kill him, get to, you know, flush against this skull with no mouth. So down about here. And, you know, dash through there. If this Popo is up high up here, you can do the exact same thing. Dashing straight out. If the Popo is more like here, on line with these bushes, then there's a very good chance that if your movement is not good enough, that before you get your dash away, he's going to jump at you. So if you see him a bit lower around here, in my opinion, it's best to just walk to around here. Just walk a little bit to bait his jump, and then dash. Now also, this guy down here who's trying desperately to go into that dungeon there, he can be manipulated by what you do here will also depend on where he is here. So you've just got to like kind of be aware that from here to the doorwell, or the door, here to the entrance is going to be different movement based on what you did before. So just do what you best can do to get around. But if he's like kind of up here, that's when you can diagonal straight to it. If he's more around here, then you have to kind of bait and walk around. But it just comes with practice and you'll get used to it. Like sadly as well, this guy, you can't predict his RNG from over here. It looks like you get here in it because he jumps south every time. See, it looks like, oh, he's going south, so he's gonna be south when I get down here. That's not the case. He always does that, but he changes. He like resets or whatever when you get him off screen. So here is the good RNG. I have to kind of wiggle around there. Here, good RNG again. Wiggle again. So I think it's if you get the bad RNG, you get a nice movement into the entrance. Let's see if I can just try and get one bad RNG to show you what I mean. There we go. So he was a bit low there, so I went like down instead. I still could have made it there, but it's good to be aware of where the rope. Actually, they're not called popos; they're called ropers. Don't think I'm gonna get it. I don't think I've locked in RNG here. That's one thing to know. Be wary of if you get up to here and you don't get a perfect dash where you're gonna kind of nudge around that. Be wary, and because it's gonna throw off your timer for when you cancel this dash. So always keep a lookout for when Link is gonna nudge against something, but still make it round. That it's gonna mess up your timing a little bit. You gotta look out for those. Alright, see that was a bad RNG, but I still managed to make it. The roper wasn't that low. Wasn't that high, rather. But there is even some RNGs where he will be like ridiculously low. I'm sure I've seen him like around here before. And on them instances, I'm fairly certain that you can't dash straight away. But most of the time, you can. See, I got a good RNG from this roper then. He went right up to the top there, which meant I was able to just kill around like this. Alright, the bomb jump. I'm not going to show this early bomb jump because it's not really worth it in my opinion, this one. Although this one has less of a risk to it. But it's a lot more trickier to do than the Hera one because, I don't know, it's a harder setup. These mini Moldoms, they are random, of course, the mini Moldoms, but it does seem like they are more, mostly want to be over the left side. I don't know if mini Moldoms attract to you. I know they move in random ways, but I kind of feel like that if your presence is nearby a mini Moldom, same with big Moldom, that he will some kind of go towards you. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's just the kind of thing I think it is the case, because every time you get across here, like, you can enter this room, they're both over the right, every time you go over there, they just seem to want to home in on you. But anyway, a couple of things. I'm going to show you two ways to do this bomb jump. One is the way I recommended doing the Hera one, is where you come in, and you do one of those, dash buffer, change, same thing, wait until you just see the yellow on the sword and then come round. So the exact same way I said to do the Hera one. But here I usually like to do this one because you don't run the risk of falling down. So I like to do kind of like that instead. And that way you get to plant the bomb a little bit earlier. And you don't have to dash across, which means you get a first frame boost over. Not that difficult to do as long as you know the floor visual cue. That's where Link is in reference to the tile that he's standing in. When he's in the top half of the tile, his shadow. Like if I was down 1 pixel, he's in the bottom half of it. See, he's kind of in the bottom. He's more towards the bottom than the top. But here, that's the final pixel. 1 more pixel and I'll fall off. But it works 1 pixel lower. There. So those 2 pixels it works on. So just find those pixels for yourself in a visual cue and it'll help you. And what I use plant the bomb is I come diagonal into the room, hold diagonal, and then nudge against this, like smoothly come around it, and then when Link starts going straight north, that's when I plant the bomb. Actually, that might be a little bit low. That's yeah, that was a little bit low. So when he starts coming straight north, I do it and then plant it a bit. So like, not when Link. Well, actually, you could do it there. Like it would work there. But you can plant the bomb a little bit earlier. So like when Link is all the way around and he's on line with the bottom of this, just a little bit lower than there. But that's why you've got the buffer. So practice it. You've got a buffer. There's no reason why you should mess this up, because you know you can buffer to the bomb, and you've got sword buffering is not difficult to do. And as long as you know the visual cue, you just aim for the lowest of the 2 pixels. Because the thing about it is, you should never ever fall off like that, because if you're sword buffering, you should never really go more than 2 pixels north. So if you're 1 pixel south of the first possible pixel to get the boost, that means you're 2 pixels south of the last possible pixel before you fall. So if you're sword buffering correctly, you shouldn't really go more than 2 pixels. You can still fall off, I mean it fucking happens, but like I said, it's no big deal. You can do this and it's fine. That's fine, and do the bonk. That's really easy to do. There's no reason why you should be doing this here. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing something like that. Don't have to do that at all. Now, once you're over the other side, these mini moldomes, you can try and not get them. You know what I mean? You can. Let's just do a couple of examples here. You can try and, because you're invulnerable from the bomb, if there is a mini moldome floating around here, you can try. You don't have to slash him. You can go for it. Use your invulnerability to get round and hope he goes away. If there's 2 of them here, you can do the same as well. If there's 1 here and 1 here, then you're gonna want to kill them, because your invulnerability will run out by the time you get to here, and you're gonna take damage. You might get a damage boost down to the chest, but most likely you're gonna get a damage boost back over here. So in this instance, you want to slash your sword and kill this one, but if you do that, your invulnerability is going to run out and you're going to get hit by the one here. So after you boost across, you kind of want to go to the left a little bit and go round, because otherwise the sword is not going to kill the one which is in the same position as where Link is there. You want to go back to him. That's only if there's 2 here. You can run the risk if you can go past him and slash back if you're worried. But I'd honestly just risk it and go without it, and then just kill him on the way back round. You can do this as well, where if he's over here and you're on your way back out, you can come here, you can hold your sword out and walk to the left, and he won't hit you. Well, it's very rare he'll hit you. He could maybe get you from the bottom left, but I don't think he can. The sword will seem to get him, and then you just fall down off the pit. They are a pain in the asses, these mini moldomes. I like this. So I moved back to the left before I killed them, because they were both around here. There was no way my invulnerability was going to carry me through both of these. So I moved back to the left a bit and then killed them. I'll do it with this one actually. Oh, some interesting things as well about why I prefer to do this method, where I get here and slash. If I get here and I slash and there's a mini moldome right there, if I get my slash out quick enough, I've got time to charge a sword spin and kill him like that, if he's there. Now you can't do that if you're doing the bonk strat. So that's, I mean, you don't always get the spin on the moldome, but you know, if you're doing this strat down here, you can kind of do like this. I don't know why I'm buffering that. I'm getting confused with the other strat. Do like this and kind of get it spinning. I missed the bomb jump, but I'm just trying to show you the spin. But it's quite tricky. You can also actually slash him through like that actually. And it's not as big as a hitbox as the spin, I don't think. But that one's a bit easier to do. can do that one quite fine. So you should do that one actually instead. Forget what I said about the spin. So like that, and just slash, and like you might get him. Like, see, I got him. And he's no longer in my way. Perfect. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to say on that, I think. Oops. This isn't going to work. Actually, I'll be fine. Oh, one other thing as well. If... Now, this is not... I don't know if this is 100% true or not, but if both of the mini Moldoms are here, so say you do get invulnerability and you go through both of them, and they're both, like, really over there, you can opt to go to this side. Now, I don't know if it saves time over slashing both of them, like if you have to do 2 slashes, but I think it's just more of a safety thing. But you can do that if you want. Like, sometimes I'll do that. Alright, this last bit of... Well, not the last bit of overworld, but this last section here. You can be safe. Obviously, you know you'll be invulnerable here. You can be safe and dash up the top here. I say safe. It's just an easier dash, I guess. But it is slower. The only good thing about it is it might release a fairy, which you might be able to, if you're very lucky, dash through the fairy. Get the god fairy. Can happen. I wouldn't recommend it though, because you don't really want to have sword beams at this point. Sword beams are bad. You don't want to have sword beams going into the room, you know, where you hit the mummy against the spike. You don't want sword beams in that room. But if you, like, took a battering, like if you got, you know, fucked in Mummy Hellway, in Mummy Statue room, then yes, sure, why not? But ideally you want to just come out and dash through here and dash up like that. That's the route you want to take. Exactly like that. That's the optimal way. So again, this door, you don't have to, you can just walk straight right, you don't have to press down or diagonal out of it. So straight right when leaving this door. Straight through this guy. Diagonal up. Kill him. Stop. Straight up there. You'll kill him. Down there. I'll just mention a little here. After you dash through here, obviously you're going to bonk against this tree, so you cancel the dash and you try and get flush against the tree, but not completely up against this rock here. Just like a little bit around there. You don't have to go, like with the first dash before where you came up like into here. You don't have to do that. From here, you will kill the roper. In fact, that actually means from the first dash, earlier on when you went to the Skull Woods, you can do it from there as well, but I digress. I dashed a bit high there. That's all you need there. Alright, this room, you do some pumps in it. You don't want to start pumping like immediately like that, because it's one of those rooms where the distance between point A and point B is quite a wide angle where pumps won't work completely. So similar to Hera, you know, you can either diagonal out a bit and then pump like that, or you can, if you want, you can pump straight to it and then pump along the door. But a few different ways you can do it. You can as well. There is a strat in this room where you can walk straight up to here and dash out like that. But it's not consistent, I don't think. I mean, I think it's pretty consistent. But the last thing you want to do is get hit here by this mummy. The way to guarantee to always avoid the mummy for some reason is to nudge against this statue. But yeah, I don't recommend this. But, you know, it's a strat there if you want to do it. This room. Okay, I do... This last bit of overworld, I do somewhat suboptimal. But it's a lot safer the way I do it. And it's barely any slower. And it means I can use a pause buffer in this room. Because, like... Optimally, you would save the pause buffer and you just... With this room as well, similar to Hellway, you don't really want to move out of the door before you dash. You want to kind of keep it... you know, because Link can only stop on every placement of 4 pixels. And the way things are just positioned in rooms, They're always, you know, placement of 4 pixels or whatever. So if you move forward a little bit, you can sometimes go into it. I mean, not all the time. But I like to just not do it there, and it helps me get a dash straight up there. But I buffer this anyway. It's just something I've done since, and things, and it helps me to get a really good like line on there. With this key as well, you don't have to walk up into it. I mean, you do, but you don't really have to walk too far into it. You can just, you don't have to walk at all. You will automatically grab it. Like, right. He will automatically grab the key. So you can either walk up and get it and walk down, or you can just wait and get it. Because you can't walk down and meet. If I pick up the pot and then walk down straight away, I'm not going to get the key that way. But you don't have to walk up to get it. Just pick it up, hesitate. And, well, I didn't get it that time. That's strange. So maybe it is probably just best to walk into it. Right, if you pause buffer, and you know you're too low, or not far enough that if you press up you're going to walk into the spike, when you let go of the pause buffer, you don't want to press left and up. You want to press diagonal down and turn it into up. And it just kind of gets you out of the way like that. Just stops you from walking into the spike. Like if I do it here and if I try and press left and up, I'm going to either dash too far to the left, or I'm not going to go far enough and I'm going to go into that. So you can just kind of down, left, and around. I'm not doing very good examples of this, but I'm trying to explain it. You shouldn't have a problem, but you shouldn't be dashing that early, something like that. But yeah, this is why I buffer this. There, I got a really good one. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, enough on that. Oh, here on the way out as well, do not dash down, lower. You want to walk down just enough where Link can graze under the spike and get a perfect diagonal to the door. If you're not going to get a perfect diagonal, don't forget to make sure you don't go in a diagonal. You will get slowed down, so snap into the door. Now, out here, this is what I'm going to show you. This is where I differ. These ropers have RNG. Namely the bottom one, mostly the bottom one. He can either jump round here or he can jump there. If he jumps here, you can walk underneath him, dash up. If not, you have to slash him. Now, yes, it is optimal if he jumps far. But if he jumps slow, if he jumps here, you have to slash and kill him, which means what I do is actually faster. I choose to just immediately dash and kill him every time. And it works in every RNG. So I just always dash and then turn like that. It works for every single RNG. You'll never get hit by the second roper as well, as long as your movements will. So this is where some people use the buffer, the fire rod. So they'll do like this. They'll come out, and they'll buffer, and they'll see like he hasn't gone far enough, and then they'll move up, and then they'll either move up and slash or move up and dash, whatever. Like here, he's not moved far enough, so they'll do something like that. And that's slower than dashing from the start. So 50% of the time they're going to be faster, 50% of the time I'm going to be faster. But the 50% of the time they're going to be faster, it is faster than my faster, if you get what I mean. But 50% of the time, so they're either going to be very fast. No, they're either going to be fast or slow, and I'm going to be straight in the middle, average every time. So it balances out. But mine's safer, telling you that. Alright, this final little bit. 2 ways to do it, and they're both exactly the same frames. You can either, do the fancy little thing like that, or you can do this, or something like this. Not like that. You come up here, diagonal into it, turn and dash into the door. The dash into the door is a little bit trickier to do optimal, but you're not going to miss a fire rod shot. I know I did just miss a fire rod shot. But they're both virtually the same frame, so you just do whichever one you want. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Now, as soon as you enter this, you want to be holding left and dash as soon as you can. Like, as soon as you get around there. You don't want to really kind of walk diagonal up to here. You want to waste a bit of time. But you want to be careful because you can go too far to the left. Whereas, you know, you're not going to get a key dash at all. But you can be really far to the left like this and get a key dash. That's kind of what you want to do. You want to be like 1 or 2 pixels off this rail. So like there, somewhere like that. That's what you kind of where you want to get. You hold left out of there and kind of be, you want to be like there, somewhere like that. That's going to get you a good key dash where you don't nudge against the block too much that you lose frames. Hold left, come in. But if you do nudge, it's fine. And then obviously this snake gives you 1 of 3 things. He can either be nice, where you know he'll allow you to go straight up. He can he'd be a dick and be here and come down. That one's not too bad. Remember these fire snakes, the back end of them doesn't have any, can't cause you damage, so you can just walk through it as soon as you know you can and then dash out. Or you get the really dickhead one where he's here and he goes up there and you just have to walk then and see what happens. But I think we all know about this enough. Alright, this room. If you want to be really safe, you can pick up the pot to the left. Link will automatically pick up the pot to the left when you walk straight up. You can pick up the pot to the left, and what that'll do is that'll give you perfect movement where you can diagonal straight through there. After you come past around the pot, just press diagonal and you will always go through there. Highly recommend that for actual beginners and anyone who has trouble with it because it's not that slow. But you want to go to the right, you have to make sure Link moves to the right first, and then what I do is I line Link's shadow, or where the bottom of his shadow is, with those like little teeth on the end of the pit. So, whoops, not like that. Like these teeth, Link's shadow on the bottom of there. I walk straight up and then kind of angle over. It's not that difficult to do. Practice it a few times, you'll get a feel for it. Like that. And then I kind of move up there. Alright, Mummy Hellway. I fucked that up already. I'm going to show you 2 ways to do this. I'm going to show you my easy way and the optimal way. I highly recommend you do my way, to be honest with you, because it's not that slower. 15 frames maybe. But it's safe, consistent, and you'll never get hit. But, by all means, the optimal way is way better, and it looks way much better. And I've started doing the optimal way now. The optimal way should look something like this. Kind of like that. That was really sloppy and bad, though. This first rod dash is pure for swag. The first rod dash, in fact, both rod dashes, only to save human error frames. The first one, I don't recommend, because if you mess it up, then you're just going to get hit by the Gibdos or the mummies. The second one, though, I do recommend doing, and the reason being is, in the next room, because when you do an item dash, you know, you still get the animation of using the item at the end of the dash. So, like, and then Link can't move for a short amount of time. Now that helps in the next room, because it makes Link stutter for a short bit of time, and it gives you time to see what the mini Moldom's doing. So I really recommend item dashing out if possible. Other notes on this. So on the optimal strat, what you want to do is you dash straight in. See this tile here? Kind of where you want to stop. So you get here, you cancel a dash by pressing down. You still want to be facing right, so you do cancel a dash. Do 1, 2. Now it looks like I'm shooting down. That's because I'm pressing down. I'm pressing diagonal down, so for whatever reason it fires the fire rod shot to the right, but it makes Link look like he's firing it down. I don't know what the deal is with that. Then you dash up. This is the most important part. It's this bit here. You cannot nudge against this. You can a little bit, but you really don't want to. Don't nudge against this. Pick up the pot and throw it up. Don't mash it. Don't throw the pot. You gotta like do a little hesitation before you throw the pot. A very, very small one. Otherwise, you might try and throw the pot press the button to throw the pot before you can actually throw it, and you'll get fucked. Fire rod. Move out to here. Make sure you move out here a generous amount, otherwise you're going to dash through these guys. You're going to walk into these guys, sorry. Fire rod here. And then here, you want a fire rod. You want to be to the right of this top torch to maximize the dash leading out. You know, you only want to come up to about here. You're at the right of the torch. And then you want a fire rod, like, at an angle. Oh, I've got no magic. At like an angle, so diagonal to do it. So you diagonal into this one, light the fire, and then turn to the left and dash out. It's a very tricky strat to learn, but it's not that difficult once you get the hang of it. Should look something like that, give or take. I mean, it can be done a lot better, but I'm not going to go too much into it. Just something that'll get better with when you practice. See, I nudged against the corner there. Okay, one thing to note actually. As long as you're quick enough, regardless of what RNG you had in the fire snake room, the hand will always miss you. Now, if you fall in this previous room, the room with these stars, that's gonna throw the sync of the wall master, the hand. No, it's gonna be out of sync. So there's a chance if you fall. If you fall, I'd be careful about going through this because you can get grabbed. You can get grabbed like when you're about to do this dash north. So be wary if you fall. But if you don't fall, you should always be fine. Okay, now the easy strat is you walk, fire rod, dash up here, fire rod, pick up, throw, fire rod, and then dash out. Rod dash out. That looks really fucking slow. It's not. It really isn't. Only like 15 frames slower than optimal. But the only thing is, you've got to pick up this magic. You want to make sure you pick up this magic because you don't want to have too little magic left at the end. Actually, this strat might actually lose another 5 frames or whatever on the refill. But for anyone who's having difficulty with Mummy Hellway, it's completely fine. Don't be ashamed to do this strat. I did this strat. My first 1-2-4 had this strat. I did this. I've been rocking this for fucking absolute ages. There is another strat as well, but it's a little bit more difficult than this, and it's like a handful of frames faster. So I'm not going to explain a third strat. I'd recommend either doing this. I mean, the other strat as well, because it's got a more degree of difficulty to it, then you might as well just do the optimal. But yeah. I've just realised that this tutorial is... So far I've spent an hour and 15 just talking about Skullwoods. That's fucking great. Alright, this might be a 3-part tutorial. Well, I'm gonna edit it to get it. Oh, well, I'm gonna edit it for the YouTube one because I'm not uploading like a 12-hour video to YouTube. But for quick highlights, I'll just leave the whole thing unedited. But I'm probably repeating things far too many times, whereas like when I'm going to upload it to YouTube, I can just say things once or twice and then edit out the following 20 times when I repeat what I'm saying. By the way, if anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask. Alright, so what I was saying before, so when you come out here, see Link finishes the rod animation, you see there. He has to let it go down. Now that means you actually have less time in this room. You spend less time in the Mummy Hellway room, but you spend more time in this room. Which can be scary for some people because they think, what, you know, I might get turned into a bunny. But The good thing about doing this, if you get the fire rod and he kills right towards you, like that, then you can just diagonal out the door and press sword slash and you'll get him like this. You'll get him there, like that. If you didn't do the fire rod, you have to... Actually, I'll show both. So, if you do get the fire rod like this, I'm just trying to get that RNG, you diagonal, and you just kill him straight there. Like that. If you didn't get the diagonal, so if you didn't get the fire rod dash, you'd have to come out this room and turn it and face north. Obviously, I got hit there because I did. Actually, I can show it like this. You'd have to do this instead. Come out and slash north. The reason that being is because you're able to move sooner. So if you try and do this diagonal and a slash, it's not going to work. Will work sometimes, but a lot of times you'll get hit. So fire rod, you can diagonal and slash. You can avoid this mini Moldom if you're brave. I generally try and always avoid him if he's not in my way. So I go up and around like that. Saves a bit of time. I don't usually like to avoid him by going under. But you can do it. If he's right in my face, I'll kill him. If not, I'll go up and around. And you generally always are going to be okay. If you do get bunnied, just immediately take damage from the mini Moldom. You're only doing these strats if you're only going to want to try and avoid them if you're confident with the amount of hearts you got and you're confident with your Mothula fight. But if not, so like I said, if you get the rod dash, look, hold diagonal. If he's in your way, just kill him. If you don't get the rod dash, then you want to walk straight out the room a little bit, then walk up like this. It's easier to avoid them going underneath if you don't get the rod dash as well, because you get a little bit of extra time in the room. But there's no real reason why you shouldn't just kill him if you're worried, but you can avoid him a lot of the times. He likes to stick to the top right area of the room. Alright, this next room. Now, so you want to do something like this. Kind of thing. Now, when you're dashing, again, Link's movement, dashing movement 4 pixels. When you dash up, you don't want to be flush against this wall. So you don't want to walk to the left, dash and then face up. I mean, you can still do it, but you can do that. I mean, but if you move a little bit off the wall before you dash, then it's gonna sometimes help you get a nice pixel for this to kill this mummy. So that's what I do. I move in, move up and dash, and then I buffer this. By the way, I change to the mirror here, flash twice, come straight out. Now, the reason why I buffer is because then like here I'm too low, so I diagonal up to go above him. I knew I was too low, that I was not going to hit him towards the spike. Never, ever, ever as well kill this guy. Never. Because he can drop the fairy, which you want for T-Rock. Take the hit or avoid him. I mean, don't take the hit if you're going to die, obviously. But try and always avoid him. Now, sometimes, like there, you'll notice as well when you buffer, the mummy, it looks like he's going to walk south. Sometimes then you might have to bring yourself... You do the first slash onto the spike and then bring yourself down for the second one, because he can sometimes walk south out your way. Really annoying if you don't get a very good first slash. Now, in terms of avoiding this mini Helmasaur to get on the way out, if you want to try and slash the mummy from quite a safe distance away, if you start like closing the gap like this, like I slashed once and then I walked close to him for the second slash. Not only is that going to take a little bit longer, but it's going to mean if the mini Helmasaur's around here, he's going to start walking up towards you there, and you're never going to be able to get the dash out. The dash out, by the way, hardly saves any time. It's a very small time saver, and you have to dash very efficiently and early to save any time. So the way I like to bait the mini Helmasaur is I either like to get a nice slash out there and then move out the way, or you can do something like this. where you move to the left before you dash. It's a little bit trickier to do and still get a good key dash, but it's more of a safer way to make sure the mini Helmasaur won't come at you. See, like he'll follow you, because you have to hesitate a little bit before you dash on the key anyway. You can try something like that, but it's not too bad of a room, I don't think, especially if you buffer it. But yeah, practice it. Okay, so I haven't talked about bastard doors in a while. This is a bastard door. If you hold diagonal out to this, you'll get a slowdown. That's exactly what you want to do though, because if you don't get that slowdown, you're going to get hit by these spikes. So if I was to walk forward first like this, well, I didn't get hit. But sometimes you can get hit. So hold diagonal out this door, come round and into this. Or, you know, you can go under the bottom. Whatever you want. Whatever you want to do. If you've been killed by Moldorm and you have to go through the dungeon again, because you don't have to get the key in the previous room, the hand that grabs you is on a different timer now. So he will grab you as you're falling in the hole. It's just perfectly timed that he will grab you as you're falling in the hole. So if you've killed Moldorm, Mothula, so if Mothula's killed you, when you get back to here, don't do the normal thing of going up and going into the hole. You want to hesitate. So the best thing to do is you just come up here, pick up at the arrows and go like that. Otherwise you'll get grabbed. Right, Mothula, I'm not going to talk too much about Mothula. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to link Josh's Moth tutorial in the description. He has a good Mothula tutorial, which goes in depth. Similar to how like I've linked Blunt Bunny's, I've linked his hammer jump tutorial. I'm not really going to talk about much in that. I'm going to link Mothula's tutorial by Josh. I'm probably going to link Jaden's Argus tutorial as well. I think that's still available. I think that's still around. Ideally, I would have liked to have linked Jaden's Ganon tutorial as well, but I'm pretty sure that's not uploaded anywhere. I think that can only be downloaded from a Dropbox, which someone has to upload, so I might just have to do Ganon myself, which isn't a big deal. But Jaden has a good tutorial on that. Right, so I'll just briefly talk about Mothula then. So you can get the 2-hit on him. That's like one of the perfect fights. That's what you want to do. When you dash against him, when you dash against the block, if you dash in a certain way at a certain time, you can get a double hit on him. He only takes 4 hits, so there's 2 hits with the bonk, and then 2 with the rest. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to talk about Mothula. I am going to link Josh's tutorial. It explains everything you need to know about it. But the fight should look something like it just happened then. But, that was a 1 hour 25 tutorial. Like, that was a 1 hour 20 minute tutorial just for Skullwoods. That's fucking ridiculous. Right, if people are still dying in Skullwoods after watching this, then I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you. Especially if you've got the Sandcart as well, you should be fine. Just practice it. Yeah, it really is. I'm gonna edit it out though for the YouTube. It's very repetitive. So I will edit a lot of the repeats out for the YouTube cut. Alright, so straight out of Skull Mirror. Whoops. Right, here you don't want to try and go for the bird dash. I'll explain bird dash as we get to them. Actually no, I'll explain it there. A bird dash is, obviously when you're getting picked up by the bird, he flies from the left part of the screen. So if you're walking towards him, you know, the time it takes him, he's going to pick you up a little bit sooner. And if you're dashing towards him, he's going to pick you up even sooner than just standing still. Now, there's a few places where we've got very good setups where it's safe to dash. There's other places like here where it's a little bit more risky and he can fly right past you. Now, there is a setup that works here, but in my experience, it's not 100% consistent. It's closer to like 90% consistent, but it's still not consistent. So I'm not going to show it. So what I do is I just walk this one. So mirror, mash the start button, 1, 2 left, flute, dash, action. Okay, now these menus, what you want to do here is Dragon Punch from Street Fighter, Shoryuken. So it's of 1, 2, 3. So the way these menus work is you can press up, down, or left and right. So right will always go, you know, 1, 2, 3. So will down. Right and down will go, you know, chronologically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left and up will go counterclockwise or in reverse. So here I need to flute to 4. It always starts on 1. Here I need to flute to 4. So, you know, you press 1, 2, 3 left. So you press left 3 times. But pressing left 3 times consecutively is, you know, it's a little bit difficult to do. So you want to press, sorry, not left. So you want to press right, down, right. But you want to do it like a Shoryuken movement. Like that. And it gets you onto 4 really quickly. Sometimes you will go to 5 though. You've got to like hesitate like for a little split second to make sure you're on 4. I'm not listening to the game sound right now as well. Game sound here helps a lot, but you want to do that here. Here you want to go under this bush. You don't want to dash through it. Pump here. Now for this quick warp, like obviously that is the optimal way to do it. Is that a quick warp? Yeah, that's the optimal way to do it. But you run the risk of getting hit out your dash by this guard. And it happens fairly often. So the way I recommend to do this instead is to dash to about here. When you get to there, change to the mirror. And then kind of go like that and into it. The quick warp instead. So what I use is similar to this dash when you dash up this bridge going into Aga's Tower. When Link is kind of right in the middle of these trees, between tree number 2 and 3, that's kind of where I want to dash up. You want to dash up so you still get boosted along this. You know, you don't bonk. And what you want to do is you want to pause buffer right as you're being boosted. Okay? Change to the mirror, and then as you unpause, you want to change your thumb positioning like this. Unpause, let go, pause, press it up, and you want to like tap left. So, like that. And that will cancel your dash and put you into the quick warp. So it should look something like this. Like that. You can let go dash a little bit early. But that'll give you a quick warp and you won't get hit by the guard. And what it will also do as well is you won't get any lag. Because if you do start it, if you do dash more safely here, then when you diagonal there, you're going to get a lot of lag. Like there. See, I got lag because the blue enemy was dying. Alright. Here you don't wanna dash straight to the right because you go through the top layer of grass. But you also don't want to move down too much because you can get more lag from these red guys. So you want to move down like 1 or 2 pixels, then dash to the right. Like there. Come to about these bottom rows of grass. Walk down roughly around here, anywhere will do, and dash out. If this guard is facing you, I'm going to throw a spear. You can shield block it. Like that. Just turn to the left, then dash and dash back. It's quite easy to do. It looks fucking cool. Right here. Don't pick up the sign. I like to tap up and dash kind of like that. Dash here. Now here, I dash I dash really low and dash out like this. Some people dash to here and dash out. The reason I do it is because I know this pig shot me, that's because I hesitated here. But that's, if this top pig is around here, and you dash to just here and then move right, there's a good chance there's a better chance he'll hit you with a spear. But make sure the bottom one isn't in your way. So I dash like there, do that. Pump against this, throw against this, dash here. Now, the lottery. The lottery is not as rigged as a lot of people think it is. The lottery is very, very, very easy to make it in your favor. There's so many things you can do to make it better for yourself. Number one is, you do not want to nudge against this tree at all when you dash. If you dash and kind of nudge against the tree, then you're giving yourself, you know, not enough time to do it. The faster you can get the dash off, because this popo loads really easy, the faster you can get the dash off, the better. You want to walk in, and this guy, there's one rare instance where he will jump up and get you. But you want to walk and like kind of curve around him and dash like that. And if you do that, then the chances of losing the lottery are a lot less than they originally were. If you're sloppy here, you know, if you walk all the way up to this tree, then walk down to there and nudge against the tree, then the chances of you losing the lottery are going to increase. Like something like that. Now, you can get a pixel boost off this slope, depending on where you dash into it from here. So you'll either be flush up against this wall, or 1 pixel too high. That also as well can come into play with this first popo. So if you're flush against the wall, you have to kind of really watch this first popo, because he can jump a little bit high. If you get the pixel boost, which is fairly common, you seem to be a bit more safe. Right, enough on the lottery. Try and get you can get a pixel slide when picking up this. Now, because I think it's better to use the mirror buffer to get the quick warp, then going for this strat is a little bit out the question now. I mean, you can still go for it, but you're gonna bonk. But it doesn't save that much time. You can pick up this pot from the side if you want. But it's no big deal to just, you know, diagonal into it. It's a little bit slower, but it's no big deal. But yeah, you can do it from the side, which is, it's nicer. Right here. The way I do this is I always hold the direction when I'm dashing. I always hold the direction when I'm dashing. I cancel it just towards the top. You want to cancel it you don't want to cancel it right at the peak. You want to dash a little bit further. Kind of like there. Nudge up against this. Now when you pick up this pot, you want to pick it up from the far left. Don't pick it up too early, because you just have to walk along with it and it's slower. Try and smoothly go around and pick it up from the far right, and then get to about, you know, somewhere around here. Anywhere it'll really do. It doesn't really matter too much. I mean, the earlier you throw it, the better, but you don't want to fucking not throw it in. If you don't throw it in, you can throw in a bush. It doesn't have to be a rock. You can go up and throw that sign. But yeah, try and pick up this from far to the left. And don't forget to bonk against this, because it sets you up for the quick warp. You should always do it. People say, oh, it's risky, you can fall in. The only way you're going to fall into the water is if you're, and you know, get yourself stuck, is if you're dashing from like fucking up here. But why are you up here? If you're up here, then no, you should never be up there. Right around the skull. Whoops. Something like that. Mash this with whatever buttons. I use L and R, B and A and D-pad to mash that. Walk up here. Mash this. Dash to the left. Try and get a bit of a slope dash here. Now, don't forget, regardless of whether you with screen transitions like this, regardless of whether you enter, if I enter far to the right, or if I enter far to the left, I'm going to start in the exact same position in the next area. So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't really matter if you dash all the way and get a little boost up this and go further to the right, or if you cut your dash early and dash like up through the water like that. Both of them are going to give you like the same kind of results. It's the same with Lost Woods, only the entrances to Lost Woods. Oh no, it's different with Lost Woods actually. When you enter Lost Woods, you are where you entered, but for here, for some reason, you're not. Right, this, you want to dash straight up to here, dash to there, and diagonal. No, don't diagonal, that's what I used to do. You want to just press up to cancel, then diagonal like that. And that gives you a really nice way of, as long as your dash here is high enough, you cancel this with up and then diagonal. You're generally going to get a nice line here. Like that. Now what I do is, for this one, you see these two little, there's so many of these auras. See these two little like bubbles or bumps in the water? I line Link's sprite up perfectly with those, so as if like they were in the center of me. Not in the center, but one was right in the, like if they're a tile and I'm on that tile, then that gives me the dash up there. Once I get to here, cancel this with a diagonal. Same thing with these two, only going left. Use this again. Now this, you can dash this north one like this and barely be in the water. But, you know, you might just go a little bit further past it, just to guarantee you, because you don't want to go swimming too early. Here, you want to dash, and make sure you don't dash against this. You don't want to water dash, because it's slower. So you want to get just high enough that Link doesn't water dash, but not too high that you're losing time. You know that you've done a good one if you kill that bush. If you're too high, you'll cancel the dash and the bush won't die. If you've killed that bush with the dash and you don't get a water dash, then you know you've had a nice dash. Down here, again, same thing with these two. These, Miyamoto, I'm telling you, man, he put these shit in to help you. These two, same again, where you dash right. Here you want a diagonal to here. Now these two, you don't do. You see this little bump here, where it comes out, this like little circle? You want to line up Link's shadow with the top of that, and that puts you straight through the top of this, and it'll kill him if he's in the way. And you want to dash to the far upper here, then you want to pump up to here and do the same thing again. This little like bump, top of Link's head with the bottom of this corner, same thing to the right. And now these, you've got 3, 1, 2, 3. You want to get the middle one in the center of Link's sprite, and that'll give you a good dash up the top. Far to the left and is a bit more better, but in the middle it's going to guarantee you through. Now I'm just going to do that quickly because I've got way too many bombs and I lost a heart. Alright, avoiding this fireball actually as well. You can sometimes... Yeah, let me just quickly talk about that. I'm going to pause buffer here. Go back and talk about this. Okay, so when you're coming down here, you can be getting rained on from up above with fireballs down there. So what you do in that situation is just fucking avoid them. I know it sounds simple, but it is. Avoid them. Go out your way to avoid them. Don't try and be a clever dickhead and dash around them. Avoid them. You lose sword beams here, you're going to lose so much time in Ice Palace because of it. So avoid these fucking things. It's only really here you're going to get hit. Your movement's fine. This is the only real chance you're going to get hit. Just avoid them, okay? Can't say better than that. Same with here. Sometimes there'll be one flying to the left like there was there. What you either do is you don't want to cancel your dash. You don't want to dash, cancel and stop. You just have to, you want to dash a bit later if he's going to be in your way. Right, in this, when outdoor swimming, just mash as fast as possible. Right here, line up Link. So as long as Link's shadow, see these two here? As long as you can't see the first one anymore, that's when you can dash. Oh no, sorry. A little bit more. So you want to kind of cover it. That's when you can dash here. Now here, you want to dash all the way to the end. Don't cancel this dash. Link has now got the flippers, so we can't jump in the water. So it'll automatically stop your dash for you and maximize your dash so that you can just... Did I get the flippers yet? Oh, okay. You have to save. But what it'll do is it will maximize your dash so you can just walk straight north and dash to the left without having to move diagonal. Obviously don't mash map button for swimming. Yeah, cover that one. Dash to the right, the left. So yeah, let it end naturally and then just walk straight up and you can, then dash to the left. You might have to move 1 pixel to the left depending on how good you dash, how far south you went with the original dash earlier on. But instead of having to do that, a lot of people cancel the dash early and I kind of wiggle over, and there's no need to do that. Just let it end naturally. Maybe do 1 pump up and fine. This, again, it doesn't matter how far. Wherever you exit, you're always going to end in the same place. So where I've just done then, that's you want to dash as far to the right as possible when going south. Yeah, just like, I got lucky there. Good RNG. Now, there's multiple RNGs here from this guy. If he's in your way, some RNGs you can fire on him. Some RNGs you have to sword beam him. Some RNGs you have to wait. And if he's in the top, you can just go straight through him. I recommend just getting a game saver and loading in an RNG and practicing it a lot. Like fire on this one. And then what I do is, I don't swim immediately. Like I get in the water, but I don't swim immediately. I kind of go down, up, and swim around so that, like so, up and then around like that. If you want to do it a little bit easier, you can go like this. Just go straight on, swim, and down. You can avoid that RNG as well when he's at the bottom. Watch out for the crabs as well. Try not to bonk. You shouldn't really bonk, you've got a buffer. If that guy, that's just bad RNG. You can get hit by that guy. He's a fucking dick. But yeah. Ideally where you want to cancel the dash is, you see the shadow which is being cast by the little cliff on the grass. You want to dash right up to where that shadow is. And then that way you don't nudge against this going into the water, and you don't nudge against this when you're actually in the water. Gives you like a good line. Mash up to there. Now here you want to walk up until you want to walk diagonal into these water along the same line as those two things are lined up. The reason for that is it'll give you a nice swim perfectly onto the stairs. If you should have saved a bit later. If you go a bit too early, you can kind of lose some time on the stairs. Like this. Like if you go like really early, you can kind of, you'll be too far to the right on these stairs. So you kind of want to go a bit later. So here, wait till a bit later, go along with them and see perfectly into the middle of the stairs. Pump up those and then get the quick warp here and we go into ice. Alright, for this, I like to line, see these little tiles? I like to get Link, the left side of Link, So there's 2 tiles left to the side of me, to the left of me. Those little square tiles. And that's what I use for this. I hesitate and go like that. Because if you fire the fire rod too early, it's going to miss him. Well, not always, but like if you just go straight in and fire like that, so you can go through him. So when I get to the position, then I hesitate, press up, and then do the fire rod. This room, I move down straight away. I hold diagonal onto here. Then I don't do my first sword slash until I get onto the ice, and I do 1. Do 1, 2, then come round, buffer, and then something like that. Very tricky room. Few different ways to do it. This is the way I do it. The reason why you fire rod him and you don't sword slash him is because see when the door opens, the original door you come in will open when all 3 of them are dead, and it'll cause the game to pause for a split second. So straight down, 1, 2, move. Oh, actually, move down after the second slash. So straight down, 1, 2, move down, buffer, fire rod, sword beam out. If you've got no beams here, the best way to do it is to not move straight down, is to go straight into the ice, then move down, come up around this guy, and I kind of do that. If he electrocutes, you have to fire rod him. Do this, wait for the key, dash and dash, then cancel the dash, because there'll be 2 more of them there, and they're probably going to hit you, and you can start the dash while he's still burning, and if you time it well, you can dash and pick up the key right on the frame where you're dashing away, and it will not be as bad as not having beams. So kind of like that type thing. Stuff on that room. It's a very difficult room, but a lot of people do this differently. A lot of different strats. Here you want to move left, dash down. I buffer to the bomb here, just so it gives me a nice line here and I can pump against this top wall. I don't really see the point in using it anywhere else. Here you can pump against this left wall as well, but, you know, a bit tricky because it requires you to come perfectly around this corner. Dash out. Here you want to make sure on the way leaving this you get, you know, door pump that. It's a very big door. Right, through here. Keep your sword held out. What you want to do is you don't want to go straight over here. You want to press down and move down a little bit. And what that does, that allows you to be on the left side of the pot when you pick it up, making it easier and quicker for you to get out. So you don't want to kind of like go here, hesitate, it's dumb. Because you have to hesitate to slash away. So go down, let go there, pick up the pot, out. Like that. So keep hold of left and just tap down. Like that. It's very easy to do. Alright, this room. The pain. The way I do it is I like to press my sword and bomb on the same frame. So I lay both. Well, I lay one and throw the other. And I miss. Now you need to watch out for this top guy. Need to watch out what he's doing. There's a few different RNGs that he can give you. Ideally, you want to come up the top here. If he goes up the top there, you can plant this bomb really early. If he comes around here, you're gonna want to sword beam him and slash him out the way, plant the bomb and go down there. What else can he do? I can come around here as well. But yeah, you know, you throw the bomb and you can, you know, hit the switch, blah 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 at the same time. When planting the bomb, when walking through here as well, don't hold a diagonal. If you hold a diagonal, you're going to get trapped like that. You want to walk straight up and let the slope naturally push you to the left. Then once you know you're definitely past it, then you can start moving diagonal yourself. But if you start holding diagonal here, you're going to be fucked. The earliest you can like start placing the bomb is like right around here. You can place the bomb right around here. You can even do it earlier than that. But only do it down there if you know you've got good RNG. But there's plenty of time to see it. And if you really want to, you can save the buffer for here. So you can come in, and you can buffer it to change to the bomb, and now it gives you a bit of time to remember what to do, or to know what RNG is coming up and to how to best to handle it. I'll do a few examples and try and talk through the way to best do them. Actually, do you dash off this room? Yeah, you do, don't you? Okay, this good RNG. It was good RNG, but the reason why I didn't plant my bomb early, because it looked like it could have been bad RNG. He was floating around here at first, but then he moved to here. Alright, this is good RNG. Plant it early. Remember, it doesn't matter if you lose a heart, because you're going to get a heart immediately in the next room. Good RNG again. This shit never happens, man. This would never happen. What the fuck? Look at all this beautiful RNG I'm getting. This is a fix. I haven't locked it in because I cancelled my dash. Not locked in. Maybe it's locked in from a previous room, I don't know. Oh, it is bad RNG. So slash, come through. Now, again, because if you slash and plant the bomb and move through quick enough, he will still be invulnerable where his little, offspring aren't going to hit you. You can pick up the bomb and be fine. But yeah, just practice it. Right, this room. Pick up the pot, throw it. They flush against the wall. I wasn't flush against the wall, so I took damage. You can plant this bomb a little bit early. Can potentially save a few frames, but very difficult to get it to save any frames. Most of the times you're not going to save frames. Right, this room, conveyor belt room. First thing you want to pay attention to is which way the floor is moving when you first come in. That's going to determine whether you can either hold diagonal out of here and come round, or hold diagonal and then immediately have to change to cardinal. Now, there's two ways to go about it. There's, to slash and get the damage boost, go through, or you can, if the conveyor belt's moving to the left, you want to kind of go with the flow with it and go around like this. And if the conveyor belt's going to the left, which obviously it's not now, it will get me past these goblin things without having to hesitate. So like this, it's going left now, so I can go all the way around and go out like that and not get hit. So takes a lot of practice, this room. Right, see that one as well. You don't have to kill both of them. If this jelly goes a little bit low and the top one goes a little bit high, then you can sword beam from higher up and just kill the one that you need to kill. You have to kill both of them like that. Be careful with this key as well. Sometimes it can land in a position where it's too high and you'll dash right past it. Something you've got to look out for, something you'll learn as you progress. But yeah, do whatever. Also as well, if you walk around here and bump into us and have to hesitate, and this blue jelly's here but he's not electrocuted, chances are he's going to electrify. So I would always recommend flashing and dashing to get him with a sword beam, because you're going to dash into him and he's going to electrify. It always fucking happens, man. Alright, watch out for this door, because you can do that on it and it's annoying. It can happen. Alright, Ice Pulse Bomb Jump. Very, very, very simple. Very, very simple. Right. There's multiple positions, pixels that it works on. But there's one position which is the best, because it means that on the second position you can actually have 2 pixels that the second position will work on. So I'm going to show you how to try and get that one every time. First, when you enter this room, hold left and only left. And what that does is, for some reason, it puts you 1 pixel below the wall. See, and 1 pixel higher if I press up. You don't want to be on the top pixel when you do it, because if you do the bomb jump from the top pixel, what happens is you get stuck on this side of the pot. It doesn't push you all the way to this side. You don't want that. You want it to be on this pixel instead. Like that. That's the perfect bomb jump. See, it pushed me naturally to the far wall. Now the way to get that is I use like a three-way of tapping my controller. So I come in, I hold left, that's the first thing, hold left. When I get to here, I let go of left, press dash, and then let go of dash, then press right. So it's like, what? It's 1, 2, 3. So it's left by itself, then left and dash, dash by itself, then dash and right. But if you, the reason why I completely take my finger off the D-pad is because sometimes you know, when you try and do it like that, you'll accidentally move up or down. So I don't do that. That's why I do a 3-tap thing. So, like that. Very simple. And I get it. I very rarely fail this. Obviously still takes practice. Okay. And then just slash the sword and move down. Then change to the hammer. Now the pixel, if you do it on this pixel, on this axis, regardless of whether you do it here, here, or, you know, fully over, here, it will always be the same second pixel, and it will always look like that. Now the little bit beneath Link, it will always look like that, like that. It'll always look like that, both ways. Whether you're facing north, south, whether you're facing right or down, it'll always look the same. So you know if you've got it when you change. So you come down. So say I plant the first bomb, I come down to here, change to the hammer. I know I haven't got it. Sword buffer it. 1, 2, back on it. Looks the same. I've got it. It'll let me go across easy. Alright, if you fall off, right, and you press left out of the room again, it's not going to put you, on the far top pixel for some reason. For some reason, if you fail this, holding left puts you on the top pixel. I don't know why. So, if it does help to learn how to do it from the top pixel as well, in case that ever happens. Or you can just, you know, leave and enter the room again. And hammer dash, cancel by pressing to the right. Cancel by pressing to the right because that's going to push you onto the switch as well. Move down, bonk. Now you can pick this. You don't want to be right down. You don't want to be right down here. You want to be up here somewhere. Where you want to be ideally. Just saves time getting out the room. Pick up this pot. Here you want to kind of diagonal up before you dash. All right, this room. If you don't have sword beams like I don't, you want to do it kind of something like that. I just want to get rid of these and show you. Now these tiles, what I do is I move left. And then I use these 3 tiles, 1, 2, 3 in a row, and then press down and spin it the last time. If you've got sword beams, you want to do it down, but do the exact same thing. I'm not going to go into it too much, but what I will say is just find, there's so much, like you can use the gaps in between the tiles as well. It's kind of like dot to dot. Find yourself a way, a visual cue that works every time. You don't want to look at the penguins. Because if you're looking at the penguins, then, you know, you might slide somewhere wrong. You want to look where Link's sliding. And as long as you start moving as soon as you enter the room, the penguin position is always going to be the same. Obviously, I'm missing it because I'm really bad. Oh, no, hang on a minute. I moved to the left 1 pixel before I go down. That's right. And 1 square. That's what I do. Yeah, okay. I remember now. So this is just what works for me. No, I'm doing it wrong. What am I doing wrong? Oh, that's it. Oh, no, yeah. Without beams, you hesitate. Sorry. Flash, hesitate, then do it. There we go. And then it kind of gives you a nice door dash out. Kind of like that. Right here, simple room, just sword slash and get you through that. The reason why you sword slash is because it doesn't bounce you back. This room, few ways to do it. Lonely firebar room. Optimally, it's something like, oh no, you do sword slash at the end. That's the optimal way, but it's fucking difficult. If you can do it, good on you. It's really tricky. It's very, very fiddly. So that's why I don't do this. I used to do it, but I don't do it anymore. So what I do is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just dash down. A good way of knowing how fast you've gone through this room is think of the Lonely Firebar as a clock. Like, it's going round as a clock. Wherever the fire is pointing at when you leave the room, that's how you know. So let's try and get this fast strat and we can see where this is at. Alright, so it was pointing in between. It was pointing in between the first 2 spikes. So it was like, it was around there. It was somewhere around there. So that's the fastest strat. Right, the one I use is around, let's see, it was like what, it was around like there. Now the slow strat, what, that I think is even further along. And then there's this one, which I can't really do. So I can't do that one. I never practiced it. I'm not going to show you. So if you can do the fast one, fine. If not, the way I do it is hammer once, hammer down twice, hammer up, and then dash down. Or you can kind of do like a round like that. A little bit faster as well, but it's a bit trickier. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and around. This is the second fastest way to do it, I think. I think this one ties the sword slashes. Not too sure. Like that. But an easy, safe, consistent, guaranteed way. Slash left, down, down, up. Sorry, not down, down, up. Diagonal. Left, diag, 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 down. It's a tough room. From here, cancel a dash and try and pump. Don't nudge into this door. Now here, I'm going to show you 3 ways to do this. The optimal way is to hammer this. Come up and kind of push the block. Like that. You run the risk of accidentally, pushing the block the wrong way. It's not that difficult to do. It's just timing and making sure you don't want to you want to use cardinal directions through it as well. You don't kind of want to push it diagonally. Let's see what happens if I push it diagonally. See, like that. That's when you get those double pushes. There's loads of different ways to do this thing though. But see, like that, I pushed the block on, but the door stayed closed. You can either hammer down and then go up the top. But if you're not going to do the fast strat, you should pick up the pot. It's faster than to hammer it. So pick up the pot straight up, push it at a diagonal, and go down. And that's what I do that. Really not that slow. Here you want to move down a bit, pump, pick up, pick up. You want to pull this till it's like that. Sorry, no, until it's you can see one space of tile of floor underneath it. That means you can link and walk through nicely. You don't want to be pushing this again. You don't want to be pushing this, and then just kind of practice moving around this little area dead quickly without pushing the statues. Right, cold stare. I'm not going to show double poke dash. Really difficult strat. If you want to see it, I recommend just watching Zelna. Zelna has a YouTube video on it. Not so much a tutorial, but I think he just shows good positionings. I don't recommend 6-slash. I mean, I recommend 6-slash if you know, really trying out. But the problem with 6-slash is it's very, very easy to get hit by the ice because of the RNG of the ice. And so it's, in my opinion, it's easier to die doing 6-slash than it is any other strat. Unless you mess up the strats. I do the Puri strat, which consists of a 1 poke dash and a double spin. It should look something like this. Should look like that. Now I'll talk some things about it. So the way I do the fire rod is I do 1, 2, 3, 4, all while moving up. Then I do 2 in the same spot. Then I do the other 2 moving up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, like that. The way I do it. After the final fire rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. I move a little bit diagonal to go up. That's just a timing thing to get help me get a really nice spin on cold stare. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. Wait until I wait until I reach the wall. So after the diag, I walk until I reach the wall. Then I slash my sword. Then I slash my sword, come straight back down. I move down up until this tile. Like you can, these tiles are quite difficult to see, but you can do. There are still are tiles. Let me look at OBS. Can I see them there? Yeah, you can still see the you know, the indentations, whatever the word is, of the tiles. So I move to this one. Then if you notice, cold stare there's 2 tiles underneath him. I move to here. This is where I do the spin from, inside this tile, the one just below him. I don't want to push him too far, but I don't want to push him not far enough. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I don't slash immediately, because if you slash immediately, you know, and you walk up on a diagonal, you're going to get a little bit of lag. Plus, it's a bit slower, and I find it messes up the fight. So I walk left a little bit first, then I slash. Then I kind of just move, like wiggle up to him a little bit, poke him. You know, everyone knows how to do the poke dash. If you don't practice that, poke him, and then I move right underneath him to do the double spin, and then I buffer so I can see what the ice is doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops, that sometimes happens. I get right under him, And then I buffer here, and I see what the ice is doing, and I know the ice is not in my way. And then one of them got away from me there. I don't have sound on, so I'm fucking up these fire rod shots. I'm just going to show one more. Okay, so the ice is bad, so I'm going to move down and then slash. It doesn't matter if you get hit by the ice, because you have to wait for the magic to refill anyway. But you want to make sure that if you are going to get hit by the ice, you're going to know where it's going to boost you, and you can slash. So there, I saw there was a good chance I was going to get hit by the ice when I was in the pause menu, but I knew it would be best to slash up. If the ice had gone a different way, I might have paused and walked up and slashed them here. There's even rare instances where you're going to get boosted up here, and you slash down. You can save the buffer until after you get hit if you want. But you're not going to get hit all the time. Make sure you poke correctly. But I feel like that's all the information you need. Do Puri. It takes a lot of practice, this strat. Right, I've got good ice, so I can just back off and slash. Sometimes he will escape. That's one of the things about doing poke dash strats is, well, it's just cold set in general. It can be a bit hard and a bit difficult. But 6 slash is easy, I think. I mean, I'm probably going to fuck it up. I haven't done this in a while. Nobody should really need help with that. Oh, that was a 7 slash whatever. But doing the Puri strat is going to save you like a good second over that strat. So try and do that if you can. Okay, Ice Palace. No, not Ice Palace. Swamp Palace. I hate Swamp Palace. Very easy dungeon to lose time, because it's the hardest boss fight. Do optimally. So you can lose 5 seconds there, and then you can easily lose another 5 seconds, maybe more, in the dungeon itself, just through RNG. Alright, so when coming out of ice, you should already have the mirror equipped from the buffer, so mirror to that. The way I like to do this bird dash, now you can bird dash and dash up against the rock, and it can give you a bird can catch you, but sometimes something can go wrong and you'll dash off the edge. So the way I like to do it is, because this buffer next to the hammer isn't really useful anywhere else. So what I do is I change to the flute, then I walk, tap left twice, dash. Whoops, I hesitated there. Change to the flute. Oh, that's right. I walk left and flute at the same time. Tap left twice, dash, and then buffer to the hammer and cancel the dash as close to the bird as possible. So you still feel the benefit of a bit of a bird dash. Faster than walking. It's not as fast as getting caught by the bird, but you still get a lot of the benefit of the bird dash. You can get it really well, like you can... That was way too early. You can get a really good one where... I'll show you. Like that, where you fucking dash right up to that bird. And that's what you want. Again, this is the same as the last time we were in the flute menu. After Skull Woods, you want to do a Shoryuken. Go like that. Back to 4. Here, just hop off there, don't dash off that ledge. Come through here, hammer this. Now this quick warp is, you have to come in it from around the bottom. Now, it's a faster quick warp to get. But you need to watch the enemy RNG mostly this guy down the bottom. The guy that was down the bottom, because he can shoot the Octo Rocks up in the thing. So you kind of want to watch where he is. Focus on him and see if he's going to shoot up. Don't bust your ass trying to go for this quick warp. It's really not a huge deal if you don't get it. Because you do have to walk around the opposite way to get it. So like if you just walk straight into it, not a big deal. If you do get it though, it's nice that you can just hold diagonal out of it and it'll bring you flush onto this back shoe. Yeah, come down here, hammer dash this. Line yourself up with this bit of grass. That's your visual cue to go straight down. Dash down here. If you get attacked by these bomb guys, you know, there's not really much you can do about it. Just try and move on. Sometimes they'll get you, sometimes they won't. Alright, this next room. Whoops. Oh my god. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, this next room, you want to immediately walk to the left. The idea is you want to get into this, into swamp and beat this guy's spear. Either beat it or it'll bounce off your shield. So you have to move left first because he's not loaded yet. He doesn't load until down here. So you want to get as close to him as possible and then try and do something like this. Okay, I got good RNG there. You can always beat him if your movement's good enough. Your movement's shit, like mine, and sometimes you might have to hesitate. Like that. But you can always beat him, I believe. Be like that. Kind of something like that. It is possible to do that, I think, every time, but you know, whatever. Now this quick warp, there's two quick warps here. In the sense you can get one when entering and you can get one when exiting. Now, if you go for both quick warps, but only get the one closest to the door, only get the first one, then it's slower than if you only went for one quick warp, but got the quick warp closer to the door. By that, what I mean is, when you go for this quick warp, you have to do it kind of down here. So that there's plenty of room for Link to come out of the swamp and move into it to get the second one. But if you just do the first one and do it right up against the door there, that means when Link comes out, he instantly will walk back and he can just go straight back into it. Now that's faster than if you fuck up the second quick warp. But optimally, you want to get two quick warps. But I don't do that, I just go for one. So as I come around here, I wobble a bit and you see Link's shadow, the bottom bit of his shadow. That's the lineup. I'm not going to explain these because all the information on quick warps is already available. Crystal has a picture guide to all the quick warps, so go and check that out. I'll post a link of it actually, probably, in the description. But yeah, you can move over one pixel like I just did then, which is fine, but this will be a quick warp. Not. I don't know why. That's really weird. Okay, well this is a... Oh, okay, I was one pixel. This is a quick warp. So I like to do it here. And then, while I'm waiting to get the quick warp, I don't want a diagonal from here. Okay, sorry, yeah, no, I mean I want a diagonal from here so I don't nudge against the door. Obviously here, now you can do this two ways. You can try and mirror dash like that. But it's really easy to fuck up the mirror dash and you can end up just pushing the block. So I just like to spam the mirror with this finger and then get ready to dash with this one like that. So it's kind of like gives me the same effect. Right here, you can beat the anti-fairy in here. It's very difficult. So I very rarely get it. But If you're going for the beat the anti-fairy strat, what that means is, like, after you pull this switch, you can dash and you can come here and you can walk around the anti-fairy by being super fast. Now, if you are not going for the anti-fairy skip, then you shouldn't be going for the fast lever at all. Because it's slower. It's slower to do this. Slower to do this. And wait here, then like cancel your dash up here and come out. It's slower to do that than it is to just do this. And dash out like that. That's what I do. That's slower than the anti-fairy skip. If you're going for the anti-fairy skip, go for the anti-fairy skip. It's a much better strat. But if you're not going for it and you're not intending on going for it, then you should do that. It saves a little bit of time. Again, this is like escape. You don't have to press A to pull that switch. You just have to have A already held, and it'll automatically pull the switch. Like, I'm holding A now, cancel the dash, but I've still got hold of A, walk up to the switch, and Link automatically grabs onto it. It's what helps you pick up grab switch from earlier to the side as well. Like, you can grab it like right there. See, like that? Then dash straight out to there. Okay. So now the warp's right in front of me, so I go straight into it. Obviously, it's not a quick warp, but that's fine. Now swamp. Okay. Now, the idea to this room is to beat the spike and hopefully get good RNG where you can dash and kill all three of the water spiders. I don't know what they're called, those guys, so I just call them water spiders. The way I do it is, after I dash here... Okay, a quick note. When you dash into a body of water like this, that's inside where Link would make a splash. Is that right? Yeah, for some reason it doesn't work in Overworld. No, not in an Overworld, actually. I think it only works in a dungeon, this. When you originally go into water, you don't want to start mash and swim straight away, because you won't feel the benefit of the first dash. You want to wait till the splash animation's finished, and then see that first swim, like he takes off. But if I start mashing straight away, like kind of slow, if I wait and take advantage of the first splash, I get a boost. Now, so there's a lot of different ways people do this, like kind of angle and do stuff like this. I only swim twice. I go here, 1, 2, like that. That's all I do. 2 swims. I don't mash. I time them instead. Gives me better results. And I can actually usually get right into the... Like, I can usually get right into the corner sometimes, which is really good. Like that. See, right on the far side. So I kind of wait, use the first splash as a cue, wait until I get to... I kind of wait until this knuckle at the end of the rail. I kind of wait till Link gets somewhere around there before I do the first spin, the first swim. Then on the second one, I wait until like kind of after he passes that, and then turn, angle up, and swim the second one. Kind of like that. And then just hope you get good RNG with the enemies. I'm messing this up, but you get the idea. Practice it. Here, you want to hesitate a little bit, because sometimes you get to this place, and you do this before you open it in the pot. Wait for a bit, then open the chest rather, not the pot. You know where it's going to be. There's 2 visual cues for it. It's right to the fucking right of this guy, and it's right to the left of this pillar. Let me get my heart back. Yeah, I hesitate before I open the chest. Here, if you need an extra bomb, I recommend getting it like this. Instead of, trying to do the hammer dash, because the hammer dash is RNG dependent, and if you get bad RNG, it's going to be slower, and you're probably going to lose a heart. Because you need 2 bombs by the time you lead Swamp. We all know that. I've got 2 anyway, just because I've been killing extra enemies. But I prefer to get that extra bomb. If I need to get 2 bombs, I prefer to get that one that way. Hammer this key anyway. Oh, here, watch out for that water guy down there. Actually, a little thing. That water guy. When I get to here, when I change to the hammer, if he's in a position where it looks like he's going to go over here, I'll choose to pick up the pot instead and throw it at him, so he doesn't get in my way. Don't hammer dash these pots anymore. That's old tech and slow. Here, you want to walk straight down to these stairs. You will not grab these stairs for whatever reason. Link won't grab them. So you can walk straight down and dash. He will grab them from a certain angle, but not from the angle of the door. And you can dash straight into this then. Here, I like to hold left out the door. Get this. Now, the way I push this switch is I try and get a really low switch push like this, where Link isn't too high. The way I do it is, as I walk left, I bring my thumb across, and I tap up as I get past it. Tap up, and then bring my left thumb back on left. So it like kind of looks like going right, up, and then left. Like this. Like that. And see, I'm not that high up when I push the switch. You want to pump as well with this switch. See, and you can try and... Oh, I didn't push the switch. Push towards the end of the switch animation. And you can get further out sometimes. Here, this guy's going to be a dickhead, so I'm going to slash the sword and hope he goes out the way. But, yeah. Just do what you got to do there. This swim, I just do 1 swim. I move diagonal to it, wait for the splash, 1 swim, press straight up. Takes me right out. Sorry, diagonal out of it. Sorry, diagonal out. Press diagonal out, and you can come out right to the corner. Very consistent, very easy. 1 swim, diagonal out. Pump against these. Wall pump, door pump this. You just have to practice the RNG with those water things and know what to do in certain situations. I'll mention 2 points. If you come out and he kind of goes a little bit north or south or something like that, where you don't, wherever you don't kill him. Some RNGs where you don't kill him when you jump off, move a little bit to the left and dash. And if this one was here, like camping right here, you want to cancel your dash just before you get to him and move down, because he will... Link's head will go into him. Every other RNG, you can gamble. You can dash straight up to the wall. And the one where he's here, you can gamble and walk around. Sometimes he'll go right, sometimes he'll go left into you. But yeah, and also when you get to like here, you come to the wall, pump in the water. Make sure to pump in water. It's always pump in water. Pump to this door as well if you want. It's not going to save you a big deal. Alright, this room. The optimal is obviously, you know, to do that. But the thing about that is, those enemies are still in the room, which can make it a little bit difficult for the rest of it. I got lucky there, but so what I like to do instead is the first time I go through this room is I like to kill these 2. Dash. Usually your dash will kill that skeleton. Most of the time it will kill that skeleton. Sometimes it won't, you can just throw that... Oh no, you don't pick up that pot. You'll throw the bottom pot at him. Most of the time it'll kill him, and then you get slashed down to kill that guy. The reason why the slash isn't such a big deal is because if you dash here and walk straight down, you're going to get hit by this fire shooter. Well, not if I get hit by the jelly, but... like that. So you have to hesitate anyway, so that's why you just kill him as a bonus. And now those 2 are out your way for the rest of the whole dungeon. They do not respawn. It is a little bit slower than doing a hammer dash, but it can make your life a lot easier on other visits through the room, because you have to come through this room a few times. And, you know what? That jelly can sometimes drop arrows. Or even a bomb. Right here, if the fire snake is coming, don't wait down here for it. Just go up and hope for the best. Hope for the best. Slow to wait for it. Just like that. If you see it like that, just hope for the best. Take the damage and get out of there. Don't dash here to leave this room. It's not faster. Don't know why people think it is. Or maybe it is in the TAS. Maybe it's 1 or 2 frames faster. But it's, you can just do this. Come up here. Go straight out the door. You got to be careful though when dashing up the top. You want to be certain pixels. You might get shot by that shooter, but as long as you just walk high enough to this pot, but don't pick up the pot. I just walk until I'm touching the pot, then left and dash, and I'm generally always fine. Generally. Now here you want to jump off. Don't dash off. You want to jump off as low as possible so you can maximize this dash. Dash here. Now this room is a bit of a pain. Pump, flash through, and count 3. 1, 2, 3, off. That's what I do, I count 3. You can count wobbles as well. If you look at it closely, it wobbles like 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then you can do that as well. Like that. And that helps me to get a really good push on that. Yo Joel, thank you for the host, my friend. This is just a tutorial though, so your viewers will probably be bored. What else makes about this room? Like if that jelly gives you bad RNG where he's here, like he could be after you push this, if he's floating around here and he's like electrifying, generally the best thing to do is just to walk up around him and get that like that. You want to be really flush against this like pillar thing. You want to be kind of flush against this pillar thing on the way out for 2 reasons. 1, it's obviously optimal. And 2, if you don't have sword beams here and you're not flush up against this, you're like kind of a little bit up like here. When you get to here, your sword is going to miss that switch sometimes, depending on where you are. That's why you want to make sure you're really tight up against this. It is faster to do this and come straight out than it is to go around and do this and dash out. But if you get bad jelly RNG, then sometimes you have to do this. The fastest way out of this room is if you see the jelly give you good RNG and he goes high up here or high up there, then after you push this, what you want to do is you want to walk here and start dashing. If you get the dash animation during, if you see Link kicking up dust while you know the water's filling up, then you know you've done it fast enough, and then you just get to here and you turn around and you beam that like that. But that will only work if the jelly is high enough out the way, kind of like that. So back on through here. Here, I did that wrong. Make sure you dash low enough here. You don't want to dash around this corner. You want to dash so you walk straight into this ladder. You want to maximize this self dash. So you want to kind of go, want to dash to there. Alright, so now because the first time we went through this room, we killed these first 2 enemies. So now they're out the way, so the second time going through it, I will do the hammer dash. If this guy goes to the left, just hammer him, then do the hammer dash. But you've got to be quick. You've got to hammer them and make sure you get the hammer dash first time. Otherwise the fire snake might come and get you. Things about this hammer dash. This guy will shoot you if you hammer dash too far back or too far forward, I believe, as well. Or maybe not too far forward. But, oh no, it's just too far back. So ideally you'd want to do it from far back because, you know, it's optimal. But there's a good chance you're going to get hit. So I like to kind of nudge against this pot, and like when Link starts to come underneath it, that's like when I want to do it, like there. Like that. Again, don't swim immediately because you want to take advantage of the splash. Swamp has actually got a lot of pumps in it as well. So like, don't forget to utilize them. You can pump here and pump on there as well. Don't pump this. Right, this guy, ideally you want to just go straight out, but this jelly can be a bit of a dick and move south. What I recommend is just getting yourself a game saver at this stage and look out for that. Keep dashing out and see every time he's going to hit you. Notice where he is, and then you'll get to learn where the shadow of the jelly is, and from there you can kind of judge whether you need to cancel your dash like this. Oh, I'm way far back. Okay. But if you, as soon as you learn where he is, you can just cancel, move down like that, and quick hop off. But like, generally this big tile here is where he floats around. If his shadow is any lower than that, usually as a rule of thumb, then that's kind of where you're gonna go. But like, yeah, if he's too low, I just kind of cut it down there. And then you pump into here, into there, double pump against this, you know, give a little fun wobble. Through there, come around here, pump this, and then dash up here, and there. Don't have to, diagonal staircase as well, don't have to worry about that. Room should look something like that. Right, this room, unfortunately, we can't do the optimal strat, which would be like to go up around here or some shit, because RNG is just an absolute nightmare. So we go to the bottom, slide, push and slide, get flush up against the wall, and then go through there. My only advice for this room is I like to cancel this dash, and really, like, I try to really cancel this dash so that I don't move too far out the way, so that I can push this block and walk straight into this pit. What I mean by that is, because this fire fucker can shoot fire at you. If you can't see that, that by the way is RNG. Where I just got hit there, that's RNG. Nothing you can do about that. That fucking sucks when that happens. So like that, and then I can walk straight in without getting beat by the fire thing. Because it just makes it a little bit easier in the next room. Usually you just come down here and then either move up, but you can push the block in a way and slide off it where you get a nice walk into the pit. Like that. And you won't get hit. And here, hammer dash. Although that hammer dash doesn't save that much time, you can actually, if you're really bad at hammer dashing, you can, in the previous room, you just do this. I'll just show this once. But if you're really bad at hammer dashing, you can do this, come up here, cancel that, and go into the bottom. And then as you enter this room, you can just immediately tap down and dash, like that. Not that much slower. I still don't recommend doing it. Learn a hammer dash, but it's not that much slower. Here, get the big key. Right, exiting this room. Now, this guy, you want to learn the pixel. That's going to get you above this spike. And what it is It's here. Okay, so you see the way in between all the big tiles, you have these like little clusters of 4 tiles. This one here, as soon as Link goes past the first cluster of 2, that's the pixel that'll take you straight out the door. So you want to learn that first, what that looks like from here to get out the door, because you don't want to dash into the spike. Now when it comes to the jelly, if he goes up north like that, that's perfect. That's what you want. If he stands here, sometimes he'll be right here and he'll electrocute him. He'll electrocute himself, or not electrifying, whatever it's called, I don't know. You can take the risk and move to the left of him and then dash out. If he's around here and he's not electrifying, he's about to electrify and you should go down the bottom. And do this. You should go down on the bottom like this. If he's in your way and going to electrify down here. Ideally, straight up, out. And if he is there electrocuting, you go up, the left, don't jump off. Go up, left, and out. And by the time you do that, he'll stop electrocuting. But he might walk to the left after that. And if he does, you're going to take a hit. So it's risky to do it. Practice it. Not really much to say on that. Here, it is slightly faster to hammer dash here. But only if he's already dead. If you have to cut the hammer dash short here, it's not as fast. If you can cut it all the way here, it's fine. But then it's jelly, it's fire snake dependent. So again, I would highly recommend just doing this. Scars, it's not the same. I've timed it. It's not the same. It is still faster to do the hammer dash. Jaden's timed it as well when he was doing his god tasks. Yeah, task-wise it might be the same frame, but the thing about tasks is tasks don't mean fuck all. Tasks are only good for tasks. For the actual speedrunners, tasks don't mean fuck all. Right. So when you come out of here, what I like to do is I go straight up to this and then straight up to here. The reason why is I like to be as high as possible when I dash here, because if this water spider is still alive and he goes here, if you're high, you can kill him a lot easier than if you just come out here, you know, dash and then walk up there. You won't kill him, but if you're high already, then you'll kill that spider guy. Walk straight up against that statue, pick up the hook shot. That gives you, and then you can just walk diagonal and turn. That gives you the good pixel to get, you know, that thing. Obviously I didn't get it because I moved out the way. Now as long as your movement is good in this room, you shouldn't have any problems. You should be fast enough to beat most things. Here, as I pick up that pot, I tap forward a little bit, then dash before I dash down. Now, if this guy is RNG, he can still spawn early. If you see him about to spawn, you just slam. Oh yeah, if you see him about to spawn, you slash your sword, and then just dash down. But be wary of another water strider at the top who could come close. Quite difficult to explain this room. But that's what it should look something like. Now there's loads of different ways people hookshot this chest. It's basically all mostly about, like, see this next section over here where you hookshot to. You can hookshot to that as early as, I think there. Yeah, as early as you can see a little bit of this floor. So the setup I use just helps me get an early-ish floor. Or an early hookshot, rather. As soon as I come off the stairs, I diagonal as soon as I hit the statue. That's when I do the first hook shot. And then as soon as I move around the chest there, that's when I do the second hook shot. So that's the way I do mine. But, you know, find whatever works for you, but just remember that you can hook shot really early across there. Yeah, I'm failing it there. But yeah. Alright, here you want to item, you want to hook dash this because it puts you in this glitch state, which means you pick up this pot first time every time. A lot of people don't know that. If you just pick up this pot normally, then you'll get this where it takes a few tries to pick up the pot. But if you're in the glitch speed, super speed state, like you can tell, like look at the way Link's feet are moving. He's all like really funny, moving like really fast and wobbling, as opposed to like that where he's moving like normal. That's how you know you've got it. Yeah, I know it makes sense. Okay, thanks for the follow. I'll see you later. It makes no sense, yeah, I know, but it's just one of those dumb things in this game. Right, this guy. Now, depending on... Now, he's down there, so in this situation, I would come here and I'd dash into him, because he's just electrocuted. Then I'd do this. He's going north now, which this looks good. So he goes north. But what you want to do, you want to push this statue all the way to the wall as well, by the way. Well, not all the way, but as close as possible, so that you can just hook shot down without having to move down below the statue to hook shot. If I'm back here, like there, the hook shot's not going to get it, so I have to go up and under to do this. But if I push it up against the wall, I can just hook shot straight down. You want to push that statue right up. I think it might work 1 pixel away from the wall, but I just push it up against the wall just to be safe. I didn't get the hook thing there. Like that. Then straight down. And then when you hook shot as well, and you hit the statue, hold down through the hook shot. And what that'll do is it'll automatically, from the position where you hook from here, if you hold down, it'll automatically push Link around the side of the pot. So you can get, look at that, you get a nice perfect dash because of that. No, it's not. Dude, really? Dashing is not faster than hookshotting here. No fucking way. Okay. If you get to this situation right, and the guys here in your face the jelly, obviously you can't slash your sword because you don't have it out. So hook him. Do a little hook shot at him. Yeah, hook shot is dash speed, but dash also has dash animation, which he has to do first. Faster, slower animation. Now, since he's down here, you wouldn't hook shot there, because if you hook shot there, he's electrocuted and you can't dash out of him. So in that situation, you just have to walk around him and dash out like this. Or if he's about to end his electrocution cycle, you can dash through him. Like, you would dash through him if he's there. That's when you would dash it. When he's down there but not electrocuted, because you can't hook to the pot, so you dash through him there. But apart from that, always hook. Here, pick up this arrows. These arrows, you will automatically, as long as you're flush up against this, and you pick them up, you'll automatically pick up the arrows if you walk slightly to the right without walking north. So, and then you want to dash to this door slightly off center of it. You don't want to be right in the center of it, because if the fire snake's to the left, you're going to get hit by the fire snake. You want to be slightly off center of this door and nudge into it as you go. Anyway, that's enough on this room. It's a very difficult room to do well. Right, this room. He'll either be electrified like he is now, or he'll not be electrified. If he's not being electrified, you just come straight out and dash. If he is being electrified and you don't have beams, you walk up to here. But you walk up, oh no, you pump and walk up to there. Or you can do a double dash. Both, like you can dash, cancel, whatever. Both are similar frames. Dashing, double dashing, go walking. Or if you've got beams and he's electrifying, you want to slash and dash like that. But having beams at this stage is quite rare in Swamp, because it's a load of dicks. Right here, this is a really tough stair lag to kind of get and push the switch, but just do your best. If you fumble about it, it's not too bad. You walk out this room. Jaden once believed it's best to dash, but apparently somebody told me recently he's changed his mind, and dashing and getting the door pumps is better. Dash there, dash here. This room can be a bit of a dick with these guys. You can get bad RNG. Hope for the best. Stock room here, you know, if you need your bombs and arrows, get them. It is faster to pick up these arrows and walk into them and walk out than it is to turn back and hook them. But depending on what RNG you get from the jellies, you might opt to turn back and hook them. But it is faster to just walk into it. So like, come up here, pick up the bomb, pick up the arrows, then just walk a little bit into it and then diag to the door. But a little bit faster. Alright. This next room, certain pixels will work, certain pixels will bonk. I'm not going to list all of them, but what I like to do is I like to move just one pixel to the left so that Link's ear is still inside of the confines of the door. It's not lined up with the door frame. And this won't work because the jelly's electrified. And I use that by doing a diagonal. I press diagonal down and dash at the same time. And I move one pixel diagonal and it allows me to dash out. By having a good visual cue for it as well, I know when I don't have it. So if I don't get it, so like say for example I go too far, like there, or whatever, I'll just cancel at the last minute and turn. If you want a guaranteed one, easy one, you can just press left and go into the top, like this corner there. But it's slow, but it's guaranteed. But it's faster than not going for it at all. Faster than cancelling. Where these two lines meet, there's like a little thing where Link will get stuck. So you just press left out of the door and then diagonal up. And then that'll always give you one. If you want a guaranteed one. But yeah, no big deal. See, that's gonna bonk for me, so I stopped it. Everybody's favourite room. Again, don't start swimming immediately because you won't feel the benefit of it, and then just avoid the best you can. Learn the RNGs where if you can go across the top, you can go across the top. But, you know, whatever. Alright, I'm not going to go into Argus. What I'm just going to do is I'm going to link Jaden's Argus tutorial in the description and on YouTube. And I recommend people watch that for Argus. It's quite a long tutorial. It's like an hour-long tutorial, I think, on Argus. And it's better than me just doing the half-ass job. But I'll show you my hand grip, what I use for to get the glitch. Like, because there's this where you hold the sword with the B button with your middle finger, and then you can use these two fingers. What I do is, as I'm dashing into the room, I start the dash like down here, and then as the dash is going on, I bring my left hand over, I press my thumb on up, and I use my first finger on B. And then I do a normal item dash on these two to do the first hook. So like that. Kind of use this finger as well to just steady the controller. Can't really see it here. It kind of looks something like that. But you see what I mean. This thumb on up. First finger on B. And then item dash underneath them. So like this. Like that. That's why I do the first one. And then as the hookshot animation is going up, I immediately just switch back to my normal grip. But yeah, I'm going to link Jaden's tutorial for it. Best one in my opinion. What's the only one really. But yeah, that's going to be in there. To be honest with you, Zero Cycle is not really needed for a great time. You get a 126, you get a 125 without it, no problem. But it does save, you know, it does save quite a bit of time, like 5 to 6 seconds, I don't know, something like that. And the reason, and if you go for it and fuck it up, you can always then just, you know, get the normal one cycle. The only thing I'd say about it though is, I maybe would be not go for it if you had low health, because it's easy to take a hit from it. Like if he charges you, you're gonna take a hit a lot of the time if you fuck it up. But there's loads of different ways to do it. You need to spend a long time on it though, just learning the way the puffs rotate around the Argus body and which ones it's best to go for. And then if you want to do the fire rod thing at the end, that's fine. If you don't, no big deal. It's all up to you. But yeah, we'll move on to Maya. This is the longest text in the game. It's really annoying. I think it's 56 seconds from Crystal Catch to Sword Up. Okay. So now, here you'd either have one of two things equipped, or one of three things equipped. It's up to you. If you didn't do the fire rod strat, you'd have either the hook shot or the mirror equipped. I don't recommend changing to the mirror during the Argus fight. You can do it during the last spin. Some people like to do it because it might save a couple of human error frames, but you can use it right now to buffer to a quick warp. I don't see any benefit of doing it in the fight. So you'd either have the hook shot or the fire rod. So you just need to know to do 1, 2, 3, or you know, up and left. But this quick warp isn't too bad to get. You know, look at Crystal's notes and see what it is. But that's where that is. Now, there's two ways to go about this bed thing. You can either flute and, you know, kind of walk into it, or you can hook shot and get super speed and save, like, I don't know, maybe half a second. But that means you don't have a buffer for Death Mountain. And since Maya is a scary overworld, you kind of want to have and a scary dungeon in general, losing health can be, you know, bit daunting. So if you want to be safe, you just get the quick warp, then flute, stand to the right and wait to the last minute and walk to the left, and then just go to 1 as normal. If you want to be like a bit faster and save some time and a bit riskier, do down here, get the quick warp, and change to the flute, walk down, change to the hook shot, and then do this. And that's basically the same as dashing into a bed. At the risk of, you know, at the cost of losing your buffer. So I'll just show the optimal way again. one thing to point out with it. Hesitate here for a second before you move left, because there's a chance you can move left too quickly and you'll actually hit a slope at the end before the bird catches you. So hesitate for just a little bit. You've still got invulnerability from the warp, so you're fine. A quick note about fluting to number 1. When you flute to number 1, you do not have to press, like the B button or the A button or whatever. You can have it kept down. You can press it much earlier. So like, I'm pressing B right now, keeping hold of it, and I automatically go to here. All right. Now, so it's this little bit here where I like to use the buffer to the hook shot. But since we don't have it, if you go for the fast way, you don't get it, which means, it's more of a chance. Well, it's easier to get squirrel blocked and easier to get hit by squirrels. I actually want to get a different save state than this. One with full health would be nice. There we go. Yeah, so I've got the buffer here. So the way I do this is, as soon as you land, hold diagonal down, and depending on where this first squirrel here, the one which is in the middle of the 3, depending on where he is, you either come to here before you dash, up against this, or you go around him and dash from there. Ideally, you want to do the first because it's faster. But ideally, you want to just be able to go to there, then dash. Maximize the full potential. Or, if he does go down, you just go around him to here. Because you've still got invulnerability for a little bit. So yeah, and then what you do is, like, see, I've got the pause buffer here now. I know I'm safe. I know I'm not getting blocked, but I have hit the squirrel, so I have to go down. See, like that. Now, if you don't have the pause buffer, you have to do that all, in real time and react to it, which can make it a lot more difficult. You might bonk against a squirrel. You might accidentally squirrel block yourself. So, at the cost of potentially maybe 30 frames to be faster than in the previous room, you could end up losing the whole run. So just think about that and think if it's worth it or not for you. But yeah, can't really talk too much about squirrels, same as I did with Death Mountain in Hera. You just got to practice the fuck out of it and get used to the patterns that you do and when to do what around them. Right. So here, now you want to do a sword climb here because it's a little bit faster, but you run the risk of, if you fuck it up, it's a little bit easier to get hit. So if you don't want to do a sword climb is, basically the same move you do when you're trying to fight Argus for the first hit. You slash the sword, and then, you tap the thing. Now, unfortunately, I can't do the grip here because there's no like downtime in between to like move my hand around. So I just have to do it the old-fashioned way. But it's not too bad. The way I find it worked best for me was to, hit the sword and like kind of gently tap the two of them, or press if it works best for you. I can't really give advice on that because everyone's controller is different. Everyone's got different length fingers, so just if you are going to sword climb, find the best way that works for you, I guess. Yeah, should whoops, I didn't realize I was that close. Yeah, should. Oh, why am I trying to do a grip? Should hopefully look something like this. Just make sure you cancel. You let go of the sword early enough that you don't get a spin. So it's just really a short one. Just go about there. You can go a little bit higher, but that's enough. That'll be fine. Then come round, and then you want to cancel your dash and do it again on this one. Also, as well, while going up this one, you want to, get your fucking sword, get your pumps in as well. Like, if you mess up and hesitate on there, you're going to end up doing a spin, and you're leaving yourself in this area for a lot longer. And this is one of the most dangerous parts of Death Mountain. This little bit here. But it's, again, if you're not comfortable, just do, your old-fashioned hook dash. Fine. Still works, no problem. Always sword climb this one, though. Always sword climb this one. Saves so much time. Again, same as before in Hera. When you get to the top of this, a little bit before, you want to change to the side and then go back to the up, because it's going to help you lock in underneath here. Now, these guys won't always play nice. They will sometimes be too low down here. What you just do then is, as you get to here, just you can do two things. You can either go above them and go down, but if you really get stuck and or fucked or whatever, you can just stop and just dash and go through them with your sword. Yo, what's up, Actoro? Now here, unlike the first time you're on Death Mountain, this quick warp is dead center, not to the right like the last one. It's dead center, which means it's a lot easier to get unbuffered, because you can just kind of, for some reason, I don't know, it just seems to work nice. Where I probably won't get it now, but when you just come up here and off around this, so I'm not getting, like, I'm 1 pixel too far, but me it just seems to be nice and easier. And you can buffer this to the mirror though, because you do have to use the mirror. I actually would recommend buffering it to the mirror, because the second quick warp is virtually, it's one of the hardest quick warps in the game, and even with a buffer, it's one of the hardest quick warps in the game, because you have to buffer out of a dash. So it's better to buffer this one, I think, and guarantee this quick warp than to potentially miss both. The only time you would not buffer this is if you've taken a heart of damage. I'd go into this with the hook shot and then dash here and then quickly buffer, and that way you can see if a heart drops here and go back and get it, as opposed to just slashing it and risking it, because it's better to farm crabs than to farm bushes. But you can buffer while dashing through it to see if it does if it drops a fairy or a heart, you might as well get it. But here, this quick warp is somewhere around here. Fuck knows where it is. Don't get that heart piece. Yeah, it's a really difficult... Fuck, man. A really difficult quick warp, the second one. Possibly one of the hardest in the game. Trying to think of a harder one. No idea. I don't know. Why would the quick warp change from when we came up in Hera? I don't know the answer to that. You probably want to ask Super Scudge for that, but they do. For some reason, they change positions. It happens, I think it happens somewhere else. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's because Aghanim 1 is dead. That's the official reason, but that's not really an explanation. I mean, yeah, that's what causes them to change. But why they change, I don't know. Right. So, yeah. Just do your best. Actually, that looks like a quick warp. That was the quick warp. And then, quick hop off that. Up here. Oh, it has nothing to do with Aga. Okay. Oops. Now here, for this bird dash is consistent. If you do it exactly the way I show you, it's consistent. There's more other ways to get it consistent, but this way is guaranteed. So as soon as you pick up the ether, pause, change to the flute, and then as soon as you get the flute, or change the flute, do this. Pick off menu, mash the flute, walk to here, and dash back. Every fucking single time. Now I'll show you my cues for that. My cue is, I just flute and a diag, and I walk to here, to where I've just gone past, this like kind of fucking stuff in the floor. Till I've gone past it, and I'm back online with the open space, or online with this one up here. I get online with there, and I dash back. That's my cue for that. Works every fucking time. Okay, 8. Now, optimally, you want to actually only dash to here and go through there, because you maximize the slope dash. But some people, like sometimes you'll bonk or even nudge against it. So most of the time you'll see people just dash through the bush. But you can just line up here and it's actually faster. Right, this crab section. There's two ways, there's basically two approaches to do it. The safe way and the hard way. But faster way. I'll show you the safe way first. If you do it the safe way, you're virtually never ever going to get hit. I think it's a second slower, roughly. So you dash all the way up to the top round here. Come around here. Change to the bombs. And, you know, do one of these things. I mean, as long as you don't get a crab over here or the bush guard, you should be fine. There's no shame in doing that at all. No shame at all. But the faster way is to do something more along the lines of this. Like that. Few notes on this. Okay. Now, when you dash up to here, where do you dash up? You dash up to from here. A crab can come from the right in here. Now, there is a pixel down here where you can dash from, like there, and the crab will never get you. But to be safe, you're probably just going to want to slash to the left and then continue on your dash. Now, when you get here, right here where I am, is a good place to probably do the bomb. Also, no, to do the buffer. Now, you want to look out for a few things. If there's a crab, you just want to look out for what the crabs are doing. And then make an assessment on whether you want to actually place the bomb here or dash a bit further, potentially kill a crab here and go a bit further on. So I'm not going to show you all RNGs and stuff like that, but I'll do a couple of attempts and say what I think is best to do in the RNG I get. But yeah, from certain places to certain ways you can dash. Last thing as well, when I throw the bomb, when you throw the bomb as well, only slash towards a crab if you really think he's going to get you. Because the last thing you want to happen is slash the grass and then a bush guard comes out and gets you. Because bush guards are very common here for some reason. And bombs. Let's see if there's one at all. Probably won't be. No. But bush guards and bombs are very common here. A bomb at the end is bad. Now, this is why I mirror to the flute here. So, sorry, this is why I menu to the flute here. Like, ideally, you want to save the menu to the flute for doing the ice rod spin speed. Like, it makes it a little bit easier. But here, if you get a bomb here and you just walk straight up, you're gonna lose a heart. And you know it's Maya Overworld. You lose a heart. You're not going to be happy. But if you get to here and you buffer to the flute and you see that you've just unveiled a bomb, what you want to do is continue on and bonk. And you'll bonk over the bomb blast and then go into the hole. And a surefire way to never get hit by the bomb. So you get here, you buffer, oh shit, there's a bomb, bonk, go into the hole. That's why I choose to buff the flute there. Right here, good RNG, so I'll do it from far away. Far away again. If the way this crab was moving, he was going north. There's a chance he could have gone left into my kind of path, but he would never have come left to come across this path. He will only go across the top path, so I can just pump and kind of stay under him a bit. Don't forget to pump as well with your left hand while carrying this bomb. Do some left pumps, so like air pumping. Actually, I may have locked in RNG. I don't know exactly what causes RNG lock-ins, but I know it's different for some rooms. Right here, it's good RNG, but it's a risky one. See, I had to go right up the top because of that. I got hit there. Great RNG here, so I can go early. You can throw this bomb really earlier as well. Like if you want to be super optimal, I think you can do it from, let me see. Far back is here. Yeah, that's like super optimal. Alright, ice rod spin speed. Saves maybe 5 frames, but you know, it's what beta files will run as rolling deep or whatever. But yeah, most of the time you're not going to save any time. You might even lose a frame or two. So you don't have to go for it if you don't want to, but it's not a big deal. Not that difficult. You just, the way I do it is I bring my thumb over, pump with the left here, bring it back, sword, wobble, open, L and R, down, then out like that. Looks cool. Probably not worth it. It is faster, and if you do it really well, you can save. I think Waffle mentioned that he got 15 frames faster once. So it is optimal. Right here, I'm going to show you two things. Like, you can either come straight out here, wait, dash, and walk into the bed, or you can come out, flute, dash early, dash back, and oh, I didn't mean to do that. You don't want to dash into that bed because it's not guaranteed. What you want to do is, if you want to do that, flute, dash, dash, and then change to that and cancel it. But what that means is you don't have the buffer to ether in Maya Overworld. So if you're not comfortable with that dash to the right, and avoiding the bed, then don't do it. Because you're only going to save, that's only going to save you like 5 frames, what I've just did. But it's, it's time save. Like that. Or whatever you do. Oh no, let me just check something. That's right. There's a new menu you should do for this. This is the menu you should do for Ether. Zelma came up with this. So just like you look at this, like you can either go right, up, and left, which is awkward as fuck, or you can go up, right, and down, which is also awkward as fuck. And also, if you're low on bombs, like if you've ran out of bombs before Maya, that's not going to work. Or you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. But Zelna realized you can just press down, right, down, right, down. That is for me the best way, because you can just do that. Like, I think he does like even that. But yeah, down, right, down is what you should do. I've missed the bed here. Alright. Well, I don't do this. I'm just showing you it. I don't do this because I don't think it saves that much time. It's worth it. Now here, you want to do the opposite of what I said to go to number 4. And you want to do like a Sharukan type movement, but on the top. So you want to press up, right. No, up, left, up. Like, kind of like wiggle it. So it'll look like that. And that'll take you to 6 really quickly. Right here, this quick warp is quite easy, and 3, I got it, but I was really low. And you can pump here if you want, but if you do it, I recommend doing it with this finger, so you can quick hop with the little finger. Kind of like... kind of like this. Type thing. And then, yeah, so you got your menu here, which you might want to save Ether for. Here, don't forget, pump against this. Wiggle your left thumb, get a few pumps in. You never know, it might be the fucking difference between getting attacked by a bird or not. Alright, Maya. Maya is my favorite dungeon. I fucking love Maya. I think it's just a really good dungeon, especially in the speedrun. It's a nice mix of execution, not too much RNG, but nice execution, nice dashes. I really like it. Now, here you've got 2 ways to do this. You can either come up, cancel your dash, and then, to make sure you get a perfect dash here. Then come around. Or you can risk it and... oh, shit. Well, I'm definitely editing that off the YouTube version. This tutorial, I think, is like 10 hours long. It was meant to be 3 hours, but I just found myself explaining everything 17 million times and just going too much into depth. But if people can't get fucking 126s easy without after watching this, all the knowledge you need is here. Just this and practice, and you'll be fine. Right, here we go. So the other way to do that is to go up like there, but you run the risk of bonking here. So you do what you want to do, and then if you do rub up against this block, you've got the buffer to fire rod to make sure you don't fall in the hole. Alright, Maya 2. One of the coolest rooms in the game if you manage to do it well, but it's very difficult. I completely balls it up there. There we go. Now, a few things I'll mention about this. So obviously, you sword slash to the right and dash this guy. Now here, you don't want to be too close to it. You want to be basically flush against the end of this rail. So it's like kind of like flush against the end of this, like pattern in the floor. Because if you do there, you're gonna bonk or you're gonna nudge against it, which you're gonna lose a bit of time. Now this popo under here, similar to like in Desert before the Desert Big Key, and when exiting Desert Overworld, after you cancel your dash, you can't slash a sword on the next frame. You have to wait. So here you have to just make sure you get here, and you cancel this with right on the knuckle, and hesitate slash. Then you come up here, slash this guy from here. You don't have to slash him from here. You want to get around the side of this, and it'll go through. It'll get him. Then when you fire at the guy at the back, I like to wait and move up before I fire at them, and then just bang, bang, bang. But difficult to explain. There's a couple of different ways to do it. Like I know me, Zelna, and Crystal all do it in different ways. And we all do the same strat, but we all do it in a slightly different way. I can't remember how Jaden does it, but I know, like, I fired the fire rod shot a little bit later. I walk before the fire rod shot. Zelna fire rod shots, then walks. And I think Crystal does some weird diagonal thing that she walks at. All three of them are exactly the same frames, or probably. Different results, different techniques, but same results. You just do whatever you can, but yeah, it just takes a lot of practice really, this room. But once you've got it, it's not too bad. Now if stuff like that happens where like one of the popos got in the way of the other one there, so it didn't kill him, you just have to go around and kill him. Now I'm going to show you also there quickly what to do if you don't have beams. If you don't have beams, do this. Fire rod, come around here, slash fire rod, slash fire rod, slash. Now hopefully that guy's in a good position, but I'll show it again one more time. But that's what you do if you don't have beams. Something like that. But it depends, again, the problem with that one is it's RNG dependent. So, be careful with it. If you don't kill this guy, if you're too slow to kill him, then what you want to do is make sure you avoid this guy, kill, and then, oh, you don't want to do that. I'll forget it. I was going to show you, you can dash out the door and kill him at the same time, but it's no big deal. Sometimes, fuck man, that went really wrong. I got a lot of lag there as well. Sometimes, this is really weird. What happened there? For some reason this Popo is a ninja right now, but whatever, I'm going to move on. Now this room's standard really, not going to talk too much about this. Should know this from Andy's tutorial. Up here. The fire snake here can either go obviously north or south. So look out for him. If you spot him going down this back wall, then you see it was already gone. Go north. If not, and you have to take a gamble. In my experience, bottom usually pays off, but not all the time. Alright, so I don't see him. Go bottom, fine. Door pumps in here. Now here you want to kind of not go too far off the wall. Like that. Just enough to get the key and come back out. You don't want to kind of... You don't want to be all the way out here. Wasting frames. But if you do a nice little diagonal out the door, you know, it helps getting an early one. Pump through this door. Here, I wouldn't recommend pumping. It's such a small space. And to turn left and do pumps, it's just a bit awkward. So just ignore that one. I mean, if you can get a couple of double pumps in there, then go for it. But I don't really do it there. Alright, so there's a few RNGs here I want to talk about that quickly. Obviously, if the fire snake does this, I can just dash to the left. If he starts moving to the left, I have to follow him. But there's an RNG where he will do what he's doing now. And if I dash to the left, potentially, if he comes back up, if I dash to the left, he's going to get me before I finish my dash. So I might have to be like that. So what you have to do in that instance is you have to come and then move to the left a bit before you dash. I'm actually really happy that happened because that's a very rare RNG. And I'm happy I was able to show that. But otherwise, dash. If you have to follow the snake, and when you get up here, get your pumps in here, you can dash here first time. Because of that, if you get to dash, then if your dash is good enough, not like that, you have to hesitate. But if you, basically, when you dash along here, if you get a perfect ladder like that, then you can dash first time here, straight down, as long as you like kind of do it good enough. Try not to nudge against this, don't grab the wall. See if I can show one of them. Alright, this should work. So yeah, I beat the fire thing. Shooter or whatever it is. Now, again, only go for that if you're confident with your Maya. Because, you know, nobody wants to lose a heart for no reason. If you go for it and don't get it, then you'd arguably say, well then, maybe I won't go for Spark Gamble. I guess. Simple room here. I'll just say one little thing about it. If you get to here and you get the bad RNG where the jelly is at the bottom of the screen, you want to kill him with the fire rod. And the reason for that is because you've got to travel down to get the key. And if you slash your sword at him, the shooter's going to shoot. But if you fire at him, the shooter won't shoot. Just show you what I mean. Whoops. So like that. See the way the shooter didn't shoot the second time? Now that only works in RNGs. I mean, that's only useful in RNGs where this guy goes really low, by the way. I hear this is a bastard door, so wait until you clear it, then diagonal into this door. Slug's room. Okay. In that RNG which I just got then, that's probably, I would stop here and slash and kill him through there, then walk around. In any other RNG, just go all the way around him, and you should be fine. The fire rod strat where you can, you know, go down here and then whatever, do one of them. It's not very consistent, so I wouldn't recommend that, because sometimes it won't kill the slug, and if the slug drops a bomb before you do it, it'll explode the bomb but not kill the slug. Feel free to fire the fuck out of this guy when you come up here as well, if he's in your way, but try and move out the way of him. Like, I just kind of just try and avoid him. I don't really like to kill him, because he can drop a bomb. Like, he can lay a bomb, and that's a pain. Yeah, sometimes you want to go to the right of the jelly. Yeah, it's enough on that. Practice slugs, it's not that difficult. What's next? Torches. Torches. Again, this is easy. Don't really need to mention anything on this. I think everybody knows how to do the torch room. Oh, one little thing that if you're high up when you do this torch, what I like to do is when the last two torches go out, that's when I know I'm about to get control of Link again. What I do is to avoid this door nudge, I just go for an anti-pump because anti-pumps are it's much better to get an anti-pump than it is to get a door nudge. So what I do is if I finish about here, which is usually where you finish, I hold right and then I keep mashing down through the end, and I then kind of anti-pump into the door. Much better than getting a door nudge. Anti-pumps are only 50% guaranteed that you're going to get it anyway. But you lose more by door nudging. This is all standard. Right here, turn up, get your double pumps against these, come down here. Right, if you are not doing Spark Gamble, come around here, get to there. You want to wait until Link passes. You see this green thing under the mesh from the top floor? Once he passes the big giant knuckle down to there, that's when you can go and then dash here. The only problem about skipping not going for Spark Gamble is the spark can sometimes glitch out around here. That'll only happen if you go up this top way that I just did. Unfortunately, like this. Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is a Spark Gamble. This is a Spark glitch. Now, unfortunately, we don't really know what causes this. But like, you could try and avoid Spark Gamble and then get here and have to take damage anyway. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass. So if you are going to do it, just move up a little bit down here. I like to buffer to the hook shot here. I couldn't go for it then because of then. The spark will never glitch here. He'll never glitch if I've come from the bottom up, it seems, for whatever reason. Maybe he will and I just haven't seen it yet. But yeah. When you hit the spark as well, you want to be pressing right to try and push yourself furthermore. And there's a very rare instance where you'll completely dash through him. You'll get a frame rule. If you do, you'll bonk into the wall most likely because it'll take you by surprise. But that's only ever happened to me once in about 1 million attempts. Right here. This is a bastard door which you want to take because it slows you down enough so you can skip that. Come here. Alright, this is something I want to just talk about. I don't know exactly how it works. It was something Josh told me. But when you're doing hook shots, you'd think that you'd want to move straight down and then hook like that, but no, you want to do diagonals into them. I forget why, but yeah, I think it's something to do. It's probably something to do with hook animation being slow, so you don't want to maximize the hook animation like you would with, say, a dash animation. So you don't want to come down here and do that. You want to diagonal straight into it. Do that. Oh yeah, be careful on this. If you're gonna dash, either dash off the edge, or if you do dash on the edge, then don't press any cardinal direction because it will cancel the dash. Like there. Right, pump on this. Go through here. Here, what I do is I just pump down once. No, a bit better than that usually, like that, and it gets me off the spikes. You can hold down a little bit if you're a bit afraid to take the damage. Dash through here. Now here, I'll talk about this just briefly. There's lots of different ways that people have said you can do this over the thing, like hook shot into this, grabbing that, blah blah blah, hook shot and that, dashing out. Honestly, the best thing to do is to just walk, turn immediately right. So diagonal out the door, turn right, walk up, grab the pot, do this, and dash out. That's the optimal way. The hook shots, don't save any time. Hook shotting. I mean, maybe in a task you might get 1 or 2 extra frames if you're lucky, but really, the hook shots don't save any time. You know, doing this. Like that hook shot. Or what is it, you know, like this one. Because you have to hesitate there. And to get this hook shot, you have to walk further around. Plus, it's such a small gap to hook shot anyway. But the dash does save a little bit of time out. But you don't have to do the dash if you're afraid of doing the dash, because it only saves a little bit. I would only do the dash if you're worried if there's an enemy up where Link is now. Because what that's going to do is it's going to cause the enemy to jump away. But otherwise, you don't really have to do it. Oh, maybe you should have done it there. But it's not that difficult to dash. There's no reason to not do it, I guess. Well, unless you do something like that. Don't worry about quick up here. Now here, when you get off the edge, don't press down, press left, I think. Or do you press down? Oh, don't worry, it's no big deal. Right here, the heart piece. Alright, if you want to be optimal, you can just walk to around here, kill him about there. You're fine. You can dash even earlier, but you can dash from like there. Oh, don't do that. Anyway, I'm not going to show that. But yeah, if you're happy with your hearts, I like to walk to here, cancel that, and then do this. If you want a heart, there's a heart in the pot underneath him. The fastest way to get it is to hook shot to it. I used to think it was this. I used to think it was this, but it's not. The fastest way to hook shot to it, like this. Fastest way to get that. Again, walking diagonal is quicker, but here you can just do that if you're a little bit afraid, like, because you can use this as a reference point, because sometimes you can accidentally hook shot, like, into the whiz rope, like if you're not low enough, like that, and then, it's game over. But if you want to use a reference, you can come out of here and go down to, like, there, and then hook shot across, and, you're fine. But it is a little bit slower than doing the diagonal down. But, see, I got hit. So, whatever you want. If you're really stuck on hearts, you can do that. Well, don't dash, but you can do the hook shot. Oh no, if you're really stuck on hearts, what you want to do is walk forward, dash, kill him like that, and then pick that up. Because if there's too many things on the screen at the same time, you can accidentally despawn the heart under the pot. So yeah, if you want the heart piece, if you want to try and go for 2, dash immediately, cancel, kill him, and hope he does. And you maybe even try and duplicate the heart with the hook. But yeah. But I recommend this. I recommend doing that. Alright, this room can be a pain sometimes. You want to tap left, dash, here, buffer, and just go. There's nothing to say about that. Just practice it. This room, with whatever RNG you can get, if that guy goes up, he can either go all the way up, and you can go underneath him, or he can do what he did then and stop and slash him. Now, he only takes half a heart of damage, which doesn't really mean much, because Vitreous takes 4 hearts of damage, or as Lightning, I think, takes 3, regardless. So 3.5 hearts is basically the same as 4 hearts. So you want to run the risk and try and go under him, it's fine. I do. I always try and go under him every time. You get hit by him, the worst that's going to happen is you're going to get knocked back and lose a little bit of time. You like that. No big deal. But if you're afraid, every time you slash him. Now, if he's going down here and he looks there as if he's going towards the door, if he's round here, just slash. Try not to slash him. Just try and slash to get him out the way. Because a sword slash is faster if it doesn't hit an enemy. If it hits an enemy, the sword animation is a little bit longer. So try and slash early so he jumps out the way. But if he's like right over here looking, then don't worry about it. You're probably fine. Now this next room, the cane dash doesn't save any time. So you can just do this. Well, don't bonk. This isn't going to work now. Obviously, oh, by the way, this is a bastard door, so come out of this and then start pumping. Don't walk diagonal out to that door. But this is just as fast as the cane dash, so you can just do that. If you want to do the cane dash, it's fine. It's up to you, no big deal. Cool strat. But I'm shit at item dashes, so I don't like to do it. But, you know, it looks whatever, something like that. One thing I will note, the block placement. If you place the block like quite high and you notice it's quite high, then you want to be a little bit higher before you fire the block off. Because what can happen is, you do it from like down there, it can see it'll leave the screen first. So you want to do the block quite low, but not too low, because if it's too low, then it's going to take longer for the cane to actually reach the crystal switch. You need to find an equilibrium. I find like around there seems to be fine for me. That hit the spike, by the way, that didn't come out the screen. But yeah, so you've got to be careful on where you place the block. Too high up and you run the risk of it disappearing, and too low and you're just losing time. Right, this room. Actually, let me just... Oh, I need to hit the switch. Get rid of a bomb as well. Okay, so this room, pretty straightforward. I'm not going to show the super optimal strat where you throw the bomb and dash into it, because I don't know how to do it, but can save time in the god task if you want to see it. But what I do is place the bomb, pick it up, and then press north, and you have plenty of time to throw that bomb before it blows up. So there's no excuse for throwing the bomb in the wrong direction. No reason that should ever happen, because you have got plenty of time. Face up, you can seize it up, and then go. Not really much to say about this. Fire rod that. Now, if you've got an extra bomb here, so that you don't automatically change to the fire rod, you can, if you're happy with your arrow count, change to the arrows early and use an arrow on that switch. Like this. So let's pretend I've got an extra bomb, so I'm still on bombs, right? What you do is you get in here, you want to hold diagonal to the right, change to the arrow, and then do that down. If you do it quick enough as well, the switch won't activate yet, and it'll be a little bit quicker. But honestly, you're not really gonna usually have a spare bomb here. If you have a spare bomb, then you've gotten more in swamp than you needed to, or you've not got the ice rod yet. All right, so here, and dash up here. Now here, this bunny thing can get you if you're too quickly. So what I like to do to make sure the bunny doesn't get me is I walk a little bit further than I normally would have to into this pot, and it helps me time it better. So because let me see if I can get bunnied here. Like, I would have probably got bunnied there if I'd have done it right. So just, it's one of those things you've got to be a little bit slow. You can, yeah, I got bunnied there. I was too fast. You can also cancel the dash a little bit early when dashing north, I guess. So you could stop it there. That might help. But yeah, do what you got to do. And then try and get flush around this. And try and get a couple of pumps and a double pump in there if you can. Because you can double pump against this torsion wall. Alright, this room just takes practice. It's really easy. Hold up. Do this. I don't know why I got hit there. But yeah, hold up as you come up the stairs. I said it's really easy and I fucked it up twice. I'll show you a little consistent strat as well. But yeah. And I like to buffer there. I don't like to use the buffer during the Vitreous fight. Doesn't really help me. But if you want to save the arrow buffer during the Vitreous fight, by all means do that. But if you're having trouble with this, what you can do is you can just tap up twice and then dash. So 1, 2. You can do that. A little bit slower than holding up, but it's really consistent. Like 1, 2. 1, 2. And that'll always be like, be firm with the taps though. You don't want to be like move up a pixel at a time. You want to move up a couple of pixels each go. Yeah, not too bad. Now the way I do Vitreous is I walk straight up to about here. Like see the gap in between this little bit of pool of ooze at the front, and then there's the gap and then the big pool of ooze. I go to that gap, flash left, and move around like this. And I never ever get hit by any RNG for the first eye. I'll always skip all of them. If you just like turn and angle, sorry, get to this point and you turn and angle up like that, you'll always skip all of them. Now, you see Vitreous, right? The back, he has 4 eyes, which are part of the decoration in the background, which aren't actually active. My visual cue for where I go with the spins is I like to be directly over the second eye from the left. So what I mean is like this. Like there. I like to be like right on that eye. Doesn't have to be flush on it, don't have to be like exactly where it is, but in the vicinity of that second eye. And that will always get you, you know, like a pretty decent spin. Now, things to note for. I just got horrendous RNG there where this guy came out at me. If that happens, you're pretty much fucked. Like, you just have to see it and then wait till it goes, move out the way and go around again. But if shit like that happens, you're kind of fucked. There's another one as well where one will come from the right and it'll hit you just a second, not seconds, just frames before your sword finally charges, and it'll cancel your sword spin. It's Vitreous at the end of the day, and this shit just happens. There's no consistent way to do Vitreous with every RNG the same every time. It sucks. But the more you do it, the better you get at reacting to what you've been given. And, you know, the better you'll be at it. If you've got 6 hearts coming into this fight, then what it's going to do is you're going to lose 2, bring you down to 4. Then you're going to lose another 2 to bring you down to 2. So for the last one, you only want to go into the goo a little bit, like a little corner just there to lose 1 heart. Otherwise, you'll die. So remember that. You might have to use a couple of extra arrows. But yeah, Vitreous is pretty much Vitreous. It just takes practice. There's not really much going on behind the scenes that people don't realize. It's very straightforward fight. It's just a difficult fight. Obviously, people look out for that eye. When it rumbles is when he's going to come. If the eye appears and he's not rumbled, he's going to do lightning. Oh, that's one thing I'll note. If you do the spins over here, and there's one eye to the left that didn't die like he just did then, you want to kill him before you move to the right. You want to move to the right. You want to shoot an arrow at him because he will not move. You want to shoot an arrow at him, then move to the right, and you can still potentially get a 0 cycle. But if you move to the right, kill the others, and then have to go back over to the left and chase him, you're gonna lose time. We changed to the mirror just because that way we can mash the mirror, because we need to use it immediately after we come out this dungeon. But you don't have to change to the mirror if you don't want to. There's been plenty of times it's happened to a lot of runners, even myself a while ago, where you know, you change to the mirror and then you realize you've only fired 7 arrows of Vitreous, and then you try and fire another arrow only to realize, shit, I've got the mirror out. And you warp to the entrance of the dungeon, and, you know, it's game over. Try and count those arrows as well, because sometimes you fire 9 at him, which isn't a big deal in terms of time loss in Maya. It just means you might have to pick up arrows. Ideally, optimally, when you leave Maya, you want 13 arrows. That means you can skip the arrows in T-Rock, and yeah, that means you can skip the arrows in T-Rock, and the 5 that you need for the Armos refight guaranteed along the way. But yeah, now I have to get the arrows in T-Rock because I've only got 11, which isn't a big deal. It's not a huge time loss. Alright, so you'd come out of here, so you can immediately warp. Change to the menu. Now here, you got to be a bit careful, because now you've got the cane in your menu. Usually when you've gone from flute to mirror and back and forth a few times in a run, and you're just doing left, left. Now you've got the cane, so you have to go up, left. So just remember that it's a different menu. Go from the same items you were doing earlier. Right here, if you want to try and save a frame, if you bonk to this left wall and the room shakes on the frame the bird picks you up, you can potentially save... Ah, for fuck's sake. Potentially save a frame. That's a really bad fight. Whoa, I got hit. Yo, I got hit after I said I didn't get hit. It's a good job I'm editing this bit out. Don't walk into the goo too quickly after you kill him. But like, hurry up to get the heart. By the way, the whole pulling walls or whatever with explosions, do it if you can. Vitreous, pull the top wall. I don't think I explained that, but like, that's just lag reducing strats that you'll learn as you go along. I'm going to try and pick up the pace for endgame. Alright, so yeah, so you mirror, flute. Now, if you bonk against this wall and the room shakes while the bird picks you up, you can potentially save a frame. Not lose a frame, just save. So, no reason to not do it. This overworld, you do have the buffer to the hookshot, always. So, if you don't need to use it at the squirrels, just use it here. Sword climb, same as before. Watch out for those boulders. Now here, practice. Just practice that fucking Waffle House. That's all I can say, because I mean, there's no consistent way. There's no strats to use here. Just practice it. Get used to how squirrels move and try your best. Here you want to dash up. You want to dash up to around here. And this is where you want to be. But use these, this glowy thing as a reference. Try and get halfway through there. And then here, you want to, when I dash here, I keep hold of right when I'm dashing. And I cancel left down a little bit early and walk to the edge. You don't want to YOLO off the edge of this. Yeah. But if you're too low down here, you have to stop and then move up. And you waste a bit of time. Here, diagonal straight. Again, do what you've got to do to get past these. If you see one of them is about to be in your way, then just fucking slash it or hook it. Because you know you're not getting squirrel blocked. You don't get squirrel blocked here, really. You can potentially get squirrel blocked here if you knock one right into the mirror. But like here, if he's floating around there, just hook him dead quick and go underneath and go in. All right, this room standard dash, dash, walk. Right, the last mini Moldoms in the game. Just fucking kill them. Right here, you want to hold diagonal out the door. And you want to dash as early as possible. And if you do that, the chances of you making it through there are very, very high. The only way you'll get a problem is by the first one of you moves to the right. But the squirrel which is higher up, he can't squirrel block you unless you get squirrel blocked first. His RNG will always put him in a good position. It's the one that was lowest that can cause the problems. And do your best here. Now do whatever you can. This just takes practice to learn squirrel movements. So does these hammers. This quick warp, don't worry about it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. I would not go for the quick dash here. It can save some frames, but most of the time you're going to lose frames. Because it has to be extremely fucking tight to save them frames. Now here what I do is I mash start and up like alternatively towards the end of that. And then this is a weird menu. It looks hard, but it's just down and right. Like, it's not like that. Down and right. Come around here. Boom, straight off. Now, I will say one thing. You can, if you want... Nah, fuck it. Don't worry about it. Now here, I'm going to show you two strats for this. Now, the last big room before Trinex, you know, the one where Mini Helmasaur and the Pokey and stuff like that. Don't know what the name of that room is. There's a cane dash strat in that room. Now, there's a way I do it, which is only about 10 frames faster, 10 frames slower, where you don't have to do the cane dash. 100% consistent. But it doesn't save time in that room. It saves time here because you don't pick up this bomb. Because you end up getting a bomb in that room. So if you want to do the cane dash, pick up that bomb as well. If not, then don't. But I'm gonna not pick it up. But I'll show you the cane dash anyway. There's a stellar chance you'll do the cane dash because this strat is only not as that slow because you skipped the bomb. So if you're going along T-Rock somewhere and you accidentally walk into the 8 bomb drop, then you get to do the cane dash, and then you've saved time by not picking up that bomb and by doing the cane dash. So that's actually optimal, but it relies on a drop. You will lose a little bit of a time in a menu before Armos, but you can quite easily shit out all those bombs in Ganon's tower without wasting any time. So it is actually optimal, and it should be in a task actually, to be honest with you, but I don't think anybody bothered. But yeah. Yeah, you can pump there, but not really a big save. If you've got beams here, by all means kill these guys. If not, do not slash them ever. Take the hits. Here. Then pull up. Now, this is the thing, the position I use for this. I do that. That. And right here, okay. Now look at the bottom of Link's platform. And look at the torch. You see they are lined up. That's my cue to fire. And then turn, and I'm going to miss. Oh, I thought I was going to miss because I messed up with the menu. But that's my cue to fire. And then, where's my save from? Okay. As soon as I see those two coming like aligned, that's when I fire. Then mash on the way back. Should never ever not get that. Quite easy. In this room, you want to dash to here. A little bit higher than there really, but see the way I'm in like this, I'm in the middle of 4 tiles. I'm like in where they all connect. That line, that horizontal line going across the room between those 2 tiles, that's kind of where you want to be to get a nice hook. So like there, I messed it up. Like there. Now here, actually no, sorry. Tell a lie. You want to be higher. You want to be slightly higher. So like there is where you want to be. It's hard to give you visual cues on this because the tiles in this room quite difficult to see. So you just kind of want to practice. But there are tiles that you'll be able to see on your own TV. They don't really show up well on OBS. Like, I don't mean about the broken small tiles. I mean like there's actual tiles, like square-shaped tiles. And then just to there. Yeah, now, 2 ways you can do this on the way out. Don't mirror, don't fucking mirror. Don't be a pussy and mirror out. You know, take the damage. The mirror saves like fucking 6 seconds, loses like 6 seconds or some shit like that. But here, When you go down here, you want to, take damage from the roller, and then you can either take damage from the roller and damage boost and dash through the other one, or you can walk through it then dash. So this is what you'd want to do, like that. Sorry, no, not like that. I mean, that's the way you'd want to do it. Oh, I'm actually in a really bad position here. Alright, that's better. So that's the way you'd want to do it. But if you're afraid to do that, you can just do this and walk a little bit, then dash. Little bit slower, tiny bit slower, but you're never going to get hit by the second one. The mirror is like 2 seconds. I thought it was like 6 seconds. Anyway, 2 seconds is a long time. So yeah. You can just walk a little bit through it like that if you're afraid of dashing. Like if you're afraid to try and see, because I've got a really bad save here, by the way. So it's going to be quite difficult for me to do it. In fact, I'll show you what I mean. But I'll go further to the left. I've got a bad save. Like that. Now, the good thing about this door, though, is it's fucking huge. It's wide as fucking whore's legs. Like, you can dash into this from all the way over there, and you're getting knocked out of there. So don't worry about it. You can move to the left if you want to. Practice the room. Try it yourself. Here, you want to pump. I'd have already changed the cane by now. Alright, this room, hopefully you don't get knocked off. You can get knocked off here. You can get knocked off like over here. Now, right here, if this guy goes north, what you want to do is poke and turn to the right like that, and you'll avoid the bone. So poke, turn to the right. Like, the bone still got me then, but it didn't damage boost me. Because if you get hit by the bone, you can get knocked back onto this platform. Or you have to do a double slash. That's the only really RNG around here, which is bad. Alright, this pokey. Got 4 RNGs, I think. Yeah, he's got top right, left, bottom right. Alright, try and show one of each. Turn to the side for this, like that, up against the door. If you want to get the fairy if it drops. Top right, straight up, get him on an angle like that. Again, right at the door. If he does any of the bottom ones, what you do with the bottom ones, you just have to go up and like get him from a side type of thing, and then kind of dash you out the way. I get one bottom one. There we go. So you just go up to the side of him, kill him, move down, dash. There we go. So you need to know about those. Chain jumps. Okay, in my opinion, actually, let me manipulate. Oh no, is it too late? I was gonna manipulate and make sure I had beams. I don't ever like to use beam strats here. If you do, that's fine. I don't. Beam strats, for me, throw off my rhythm in terms of when the chomp's gonna lunge at you. Because beam strats are a little bit faster at first, but then you have to hesitate a little bit before you can move up to get the chest. So I don't actually really know if they're faster or not. Yeah, it saves magic, but if you've done the fairy strat, then the magic drop should be coming up. There's no way the magic should have dropped yet. So I always do cane. And I'll do a few and I'll show you. Just like that. Easy. So yeah, you just got to know which way to go. Now there, see, you have to sometimes go around. You've just got to fucking practice. I don't know. You got to practice this room. I'm gonna try and show you what to do if you get bad RNG. Yeah, the block blast. I don't know how to do that. Oh, you do that. Oh yeah, I do. I do know how to do that. Let's see. Can't do this. Oh, I don't know. Go watch Zelna. Zelna's the only one who does that. But that can save time, but it's a fucking really hard strat. But yeah, I want to show you what you do if you get bad RNG. I want them kind of to come both at me. Okay, if you get bad RNG where you can't go, if you can't like go easily to one side, you want to come up and around, place a block to the left of the switch, and then come here and then do this, and you get a double block there. That's what you want to do in bad RNG. I'll show that again. But like say I was getting bad RNG, I'd come there, wait over here, the lunge, shoot. There we go. That is so much better than taking 8 hearts of damage by getting hit twice. Come up there, get a lunge. That was a bad lunge, but there we go. Okay. Basically, all I'm going to say on chomps, just practice chomps. T-Rock, in my opinion, is quite an easy dungeon overall. It's just got a few really bad parts that can completely fuck you. But I really like T-Rock. Right here, if you can skip, if you've got 13 or more arrows, then you want to skip these arrows by pumping out the door. So you hold left out this pipe, and you can just pump straight out the door. If you don't, then you want to, the way you want to grab these arrows is you want to grab, slide the pot, and then walk out like that. You don't want to pick them up and have to go into them. Slow, you don't want to do that. You want to slide onto the pot, and then walk to the left, like that. All right, I'm gonna show you some pokies, but I'm also gonna manipulate a fairy drop as well because I want to show beam strats for leaving this room after you get the big key. I don't know why I'm dashing there. I'm sorry. What time is it? Ooh, this might have to... I don't want to rush the end of the thing, but this might have to be a 3-parter. I might have to... I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll rush through Ganon's tower. No, because I want to do Ganon as well. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Alright, so... 4 different types of RNGs you can get in this room. Top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left. Right, top right, and actually I'm going to lock all of them in. I want to show you all of them because there's some things that people do so wrong. Right, so I'm going to lock in each RNG. So you can lock in an RNG from up here. What's this one? Alright, so this is bottom right. Bottom right's easy. Come down here and do there. This is exactly where you want to be. Right here, in between these 2 tiles. Beam won't kill you, and you'll kill him in a way where the key and the fairy, if it drops or magic, will be right in your path and straight down, as opposed to having to go down here. Get them. Like, you don't want to do this. You don't want to go too low. Like, where something will drop down here. This is by far the easiest, the RNGs, in my opinion. Just straight to there. Like that. Everything will land by the door, straight in. Right, let's get a different one. Whoops. Actually, hang on a minute. Okay, yeah, everything does reset. Cool. Okay, top one, what you want to do is come round and then move up and slash down like that. And the reason why you want to do that is it's going to push his drops at the door. You don't want his drops to go in the top corner, you want them to go as close to the exit as possible. So, hold on to this wall, round, up, and then up like that. And see his drops right by the door. You don't want to do it like this. Because then you have to go up here to get everything, and then back at the door. Go up, and then get him down. There's his drops, and you're out the door. Beautiful. Alright, so let's get the other 2. Okay, this one's easy. Move down there. This. Perfect. Now, the way I do that is I hit the switch, keep it out, I move straight down until Link just barely passes the blue pegs, then I move straight left. Straight down, straight left. Let go, move down a bit, then, you know, the rest is the rest. Like, optimally, that was really bad. Optimally, the key dash is best, but if you see this in a run, you like kind of do a mini high five to yourself in your head. Go, yay. Obviously, wait until the key spawns before you dash. Obviously. Okay, so hopefully won't take long for me to manipulate the bottom one. Okay. Sadly, you can't do this from the previous room. Oh, actually, no, I can. I can do it like this. And it'll lock in. I think. Sometimes it changes. Alright, there we go. So walk down to here. Do that. And then like that. That's kind of what you want to do. It's not fucking that easy. As you see, I just messed it up. Oh, actually, yeah, RNG is not locked in. Right, if you get bottom left, if you're going to go for the key dash, right, then you're at a stage in the game where you're not too bad at the game, that you can just figure that shit out on your own. Game saved that, figured it out, because there's a few different ways to do it. The only people I know who do it, actually, there's a few people who do it, but I know, like, I do it differently than Blunt Bunny, and Blunt Bunny does it differently than Zelna. And there's other people who do it differently as well. There's a few different ways to do it, and visual cues you use. My notes on it, I'd say, are just make sure you turn to the right as late as possible before dashing to give the laser less time to shoot you. And if you do mess it up, what you want to do is maybe dash to the right and change to the fire rod and just make sure you kill up Pokey before you get bunnied. But I want to make sure I manipulate a fairy drop here. Right, there we go. There we go. It looks something like that. But I'm going to not get the key dash because I want this fairy. Also as well, this door, don't know if you know, but for some reason he can spot you a lot earlier when you're coming from the south than if you're coming from the north. Like, if I was to walk diagonal into this, I'd take a hit. If I was to walk diagonal from here, I wouldn't take a hit. It's really weird. So when you come from the south, make sure to then either do this, which is really risky, or just turn right at the last moment into the door if you're coming from south. Get that magic as well. Alright. Big key, standard. Like, when you get this key, come out and like circle around here. Don't be coming all the way over here. You can get it right here. Alright, this room. So if you've got beams, you want to do this. But if you don't have beams, you want to do this. Now, so roughly around here, there's a big window, but roughly around here, if your dash is fine, then you'll get out of there without getting hit by the anti-fairies. Again, this is another wide door. If you do have beams, you want to do this. Now, that saves like 20 frames. You can do that really later, actually. Like there. Oh, not there. The thing about it is, though, you don't want to be flush up against this wall, which would be ideal because it's not going to hit. You want to be a little bit over. You want to be a little bit over so the beam still hits. If you are happen to be flush against the wall, then when you just do it, And just press left and then down before you do it. But yeah, practice that. It's quite easy. Saves like 20 frames, roughly. I pump here. Across there. I pokies. Too many RNGs for me to go into. Practice them. Learn all the RNGs. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, see, I got the bomb drop then, and I didn't mean to get the bomb drop. I just accidentally got it. So now, because I skipped the bomb at the beginning to do my strat, I can now do the cane dash, and I would save even more time than if I'd have got the bomb and done the cane dash. But I will lose the time changing to the arrows before Isamos, but that's hardly anything. It's still faster. What I will say as well is about this RNG that I just got now, I'm going to have to wait when I go into the next room. Just see. Oh, I must have already waited. That some RNGs, which this is what you want to learn as well, like this one, this is going to be another one. I'm going to have to wait in this next room before I can go. See? So you need to use that to your advantage and know, and that way if you kill a pokey and there's in this kind of situation, you can hesitate for like a split second and see if there's any drops you want. Like there could have been an arrow drop, because I know I have to wait anyway in the next room, so why not wait in this room and potentially, you know, get a nice drop out of it. Like obviously if you're on the far side of the room you wouldn't want to do it, but generally when they both go over to the left, that's when you want to do it. Get this shit, you know, just fucking wait it out. But yeah, let me show you what I mean. But yeah, just practice pokies. They're not that difficult, really. Oh, actually, no. I will say, when you actually are spinning a pokey, you want to let go of all cardinal directions. Well, the D-pad, really. You don't want to hold the D-pad into it, because for some reason it makes it easier to just get a spin and to get one of the testicles. So, you know, move up to where you need to be and then kind of let go of any direction and release the spin. Then back on the D-pad. Because it's a lot easier to see, that's what I do. I spin and I let go of the D-pad. Yeah, this room has 16 different RNGs. It's ridiculous. Okay, this one will work. So like here, I can hesitate. Oh, it's a bomb. I don't want it. And now I don't have to wait. See? But if it was an arrow drop, I could have got it. When both of them go to the bottom, you mean like symmetrically. You just have to... There's two RNGs where they both go to the bottom. There's one which is quite quickly, where you just wait at the top and then do a double spin, but there's one which will take fucking forever. And that one, what you want to do is you want to chase them down. But yeah, this is a very easy room to lock in RNGs to practice. Like what you do is when you're practicing this, you get here, and then as you're going through the door transition, you can, you know, save with the game state, and it'll lock in the RNG. And then once you finish practicing that, just reload it and walk back out. So it's very easy to practice this room. Okay, like this one. That one you'd go for the double on. Anyway, I'm going to move on. This is too much time on this. Oh, one thing to be careful about, if you do have beams, then be careful that you're not facing the direction of a pokey when slashing your sword. Face a different direction. In fact, do that every time. Every time do it, just so you get built into muscle memory that you should not face a pokey and slash the sword in the same direction. Alright, this room, the squeeze room. I'm going to show you this. Alright, one thing I don't think I've mentioned yet, but there's a few rooms in the game where RNG or stuff in the room, like rollers or cannonballs, start moving a room before, or even 2 rooms before. Like the cannonball in Desert, you may have noticed when you're coming from that room, from the from a couple of rooms before, you can actually hear the cannonballs, and they've already started to move in that room. It's the same for the room with these rollers, like that pokey room before. The roller room after it, the rolls were already moving, and it's the same in this room coming up now, which means that this room I'm about to enter is very important. This one is very important. You've got to be very fast in this room because it depends on where this... Alright, let's look. Now look at the roller there. He is like just about to touch like the center of them two orange pegs. Now that's bad. That means I was slow in the room before. So if I can be faster... same again. Oh, actually, no, maybe that is what is meant to be good. I thought that was bad. Oh, that's... Okay, no, maybe that is good then. That's what you want. So bad would be... Oh, yeah, okay. Bad would be that. See, now it's over the other side of it. You want to try and get what I got. You want it to be more to the left. To the right, sorry. Preferably as far right as the actual split. Now, when you've got sword beams, it doesn't matter that much because you get to do sword beam strats and it's still pretty lenient frame window. But if you don't have sword beams and you're going for the strat which is called the squeeze, where you know, use the cane and you get back before you get hit, then you need to look at this. And you need to look at this, where this visual cue is, and know if you can make it or not. If you miss the second dash timing, I think it's better to walk. Let me see what happens if I walk. Walking's not good enough. That's not good enough to get the squeeze. It might, well, no, it is. You could do it, but you'd have to pump to the chest and get a really good chest. So, yeah. Try and dash. Alright, but here, let me show you the sword beam. The sword beam is... Now, obviously, you want to fire the sword beam up the crystal switch, but you've got to be careful not to fire the sword beam either too early or too far to the left that it'll actually hit the roller. So you want to move onto... I like to move and cover the right pink tile. So here, I like to go to like... I like to cover more of the right pink tile than the left pink tile. Orange, sorry, pink. So like that. Not flush up against the wall, because it'll hit that. But if you're too far to the left, you might hit the roller. But sword beams, if you've got sword beams, it's very easy. So like do that, wait, open the chest, come back, and then again. Don't really to show more about that. Now the squeeze, if you don't have beams, is quite a tricky strat. In fact, I've messed it up. I've got to do 2 blocks. But you need to have visual cues to know when you're going to make it or not. Okay. Take 3. Here we go. Now I'm going to get hit, but I'm still going to make it past. I knew my visual cue. My visual cue is... Okay, see where the roller is now? There. These 3 blocks at the bottom right of the screen, they are my visual cue. So where the roller is with the lines on them. So if the roller has gone past more onto the second block than it is on the first, then that's when it's starting to be a bit worrying. So, you know, but find your own visual cues, because mine might not work for you. That's what you got to do. Well, let's try and get one good squeeze. Okay, that one, see, that was faded on the side. Perfect. That's what you want. How am I invincible? You mean like this? Well, the peg, when you are on a peg, it gives me invulnerability frames because I'm not supposed to be on them. Like, see the way Link's flashing right now? So when I come off them for Sorry. So when you get them, you get a little bit of invulnerability for a very short period. So yeah, they're the only two strats I'm going to show in this. If you don't get the squeeze, then you just wait. If you see your visual cue has not worked, like this, see I'm way too sloppy, I'm going to wait, just do that, and just wait. But yeah, for the squeeze, you need to get visual cues. And practice it, of course. Alright. Okay, so if you're lucky, this guy will either die or fall off. Nice. Although, to be honest with you, he's not a problem coming back. You can avoid him every single time with good movement. Right. What do you mean it's not 60 frames per second? I'm streaming at 60 frames per second. Is Amarak not 60 frames per second? Yeah, hang on, let me look at my Amarak. This should be 60 frames per second. I'm 60 frames per second in Amarak, and I'm 60 frames per second in OBS, so I think it is. It's interlaced. What? Why is it interlaced? It should be the interlaced. I'm on top field first, and I'm on for retro games. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I am the interlaced. Alright. To be honest with you, it might be because my capture card is really playing up recently. And I think my capture card is really bad. Was it the GV? Like the S video bit is like really dodgy. But yeah, no worry, it's fine. Right, so the laser skip. Right, so again with the actually I'll just show the easy way first on how to do it. Everyone knows the easy way, but I don't think this is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with doing this at all. But advice on it would be careful when slashing the beetle. Make sure that when you slash him, slash your sword first, and then after you slash the sword, and let me get up my camera. Slash the sword first, then after you slash it, then press the diagonal to make sure you don't go off the legs. Don't press diagonal then the sword first, because sometimes you can accidentally turn to the side and slash and you're fucked. So yeah, press up, slash, then diagonal. Like, we're talking like right after each other though. Now, this just, you know, we all know when to do it from. But what I will say is, make sure you don't want to cancel this early and kind of like either fall off or scrape along the bottom of the knuckle. You want to dash right to the end and press up. See, like I went way too early there. Want to dash right to the end and press up. And then I usually press it up and pixel boost to the left. And to the right. Like that. Or try and pixel boost to the right. You can use the cane. That's... I would definitely not recommend using the cane because... Look, shit like that could happen, and you know you want to try and skip magic before trying next. This is a intermediate to advanced tutorial. If you're using the cane, stop it. Alright, so the YOLO. What you gotta remember as well, similar to Hellway and other instances in the game, Link's movement can only stop on cancellations of dash. Sorry, on 4 pixels or whatever. So, to give yourself the best chance of this, you want to move exactly 1 pixel out the door before you go down. And the way you can spot this is if you look at Link's right, you can see that little 1 line of pixels of black, like black pixels in the top of his head. Like when he first came into the room, it's not there. See, you just see all pink. If you go down 1, see now there's a line of black. That right there, this is the perfect place to do it from. You can do it from not moving at all, but you've only got 1 frame window, I believe. I'm not too sure. You can just YOLO it and go for it either way, but what I do is I try and press dash and down at the same frame, and then I know if I've gotten it or not, then I'll go for it. If I don't see that black line, I won't go for it. See, I can get it now. I can go around and get it, slash him out, straight on. But only if I see that black line. Yeah, I don't see the black line. I mean, I can still go for it, but maybe not. Now, if he's coming close to you as well, you can still go for it, but what you have to do is you have to cancel this dash by pressing right like that. See, like that, and you can still get it. But it's really risky. But it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult, but when you're on fucking PB pace and you think, okay, shall I go for it? Then you know what's gonna happen. You're gonna fail it. But yeah, move down 1 pixel. I didn't move down 1 pixel, so I'm not gonna go for it. That's gonna fail anyway. Whoops. But I actually don't think I have this in any PB I've ever gotten. I've always been quite against this. Now, if we're looking at the time save, this can save like around a second if you don't have to slash the beetle when you get to here. If you have to slash the beetle when you get to here, it's going to be closer to around, closer to half a second. But yeah, it's not too difficult. You like here, if you have to slash this beetle, then you lose a little bit of time, you go for it, but whatever. Right here, now if the mini Helmosaur is here and you have perfect movement around there, no matter if he quick charges you, like if you go right along there, like kind of like nothing like this, like that, then he'll never get you. But if you're worried, just slash him out your way if he's a bit of a concern. Alright, so this next room then, I'm gonna actually go back. So, oh, I don't have 8 bombs anymore. That's right, okay. So, the cane strat. That's why I hate the cane strat. Is that fucking beetle? You want to kind of... What you want to do is you want to plant this pot, cane, a little bit to the right so that it still gets the switch, but it's a better chance it's going to avoid the mini Helmosaur. You can just try and go for it like that, that's fine. But it's things to note for. If this pokey is here, you want to cancel the dash here as well, so you get invulnerability from the pegs. But then because you have invulnerability, you can just go straight on. If he's not here, you'll cancel it like right here and dash out the door. There's a few different ways you can plant the the switch. So you can do it to the side, or you can wait till you get up here. You can do down. But I see a lot of people go for this strat, and they do this just to be safe. To go, oh, I'm just going to do this to be safe. And I'm like, well, then your strat is definitely slower than the alternative. So no. But if you want to go for the cane dash, it's fine. What I do is, I do this instead. Come up here, plant that, and I do this, do that, and I do that. And that's slower here, but I got the bomb, which I need for Ganon's Tower. I didn't have to pick up a bomb at the beginning of the dungeon. So I saved time there. Plus I had a shorter menu, because when you go from Fire Rod to Hookshot, in the 4 torches room at the beginning, I can just do 1 movement. If you have a bomb, you have to do 2. But this is still a slower strat, don't get me wrong. Still slower, but it's barely slower. I'll show you exactly what you have to do it correctly though. You pump a bit up here, you need to be right up against the switch so the block is actually past it. So the fire will come down. If you do it like when it's on it, sometimes you can put the block on it in a weird position and it won't actually hit the switch like that. See, like that, it won't hit the switch. Sometimes it won't hit the switch like that. So you have to make sure, go all the way, touch it, come here. You want to pick up this and then throw it. You'll automatically pick up the pot from Link's detection as you're walking back and forward. Now, depending on where the pokey is, it depends. That's where you dash. So if he's there, or you want to do the switch there as well to give you invulnerability. If the pokey's down here, then you can just usually go straight through the middle. If the pokey is not up here, usually you'd have to... Okay, no, if the anti-fairy is here, sorry, then you have to dash from the side and then go around into the door because the anti-fairy will be in your way. It's where the pokey is, it doesn't matter. It's where the anti-fairy is, that's right. So he's there, so I have to go to the side and then move to the door. Yeah, I'm guessing it's a frame room, but it's happened to me a few times. But there's no reason to not do it up there, because you need to be this high anyway to pick up the pot. Alright, there's no anti-fairy here, so I can go in the middle. But yeah, this strat is consistent as fuck. As long as you practice it, if you practice it for an hour, you should be fine. Alright, here... you should never ever need to get this hard, but if you do, it's there. Now this magic, if you can skip the magic, you just come up here, dash. You wanna dash just to here. You don't want to dash here. You want to dash right there, and then you plant that, and then you press left and up, and that way you don't accidentally, do one of those where you push too early and fall off like that. If you where am I at with this? Okay. You do it, the way I do it, if I'm skipping magic, is I come here, I turn as well to the left because most of the time you're going to grab that, it's really annoying. Turn left, do that, whoops, don't do that. Turn left, do that, and then I turn, and then the ice rod there. I don't like to buffer during the Trinex fight. If you are skipping the magic, if you're not skipping the magic rather. No, you can stealth fall sometimes, it's really weird. Like, very rarely you can stealth fall. Actually, that's a good point. I never mentioned that at the beginning. Let me just quickly show people that. Someone in chat just said if you hold diagonal, I thought you didn't fall every time. And that's something I forgot to pick up on when using these pots. I'm not going to save my state though, but when using these platforms. And when you go into these platforms, you don't want to go on and then go cardily to where you need to go. You want to slide on diagonally the way you want to go. And then that way, even if you do an early one, then you won't fall off. You don't have to hesitate then. Let me show you what I mean. Like, I'm going north, northeast here, so I can do that and hold diagonal straight right, and I can walk into that platform immediately. If you walk cardinally onto it and go really fast, like this, there's a chance, well, you'll always walk off the end, but there's a chance you can fall in the gap in between. So always hold diagonal the way you want to go on them platforms. Alright, if you aren't skipping the magic, try and pick up the pot from really early on that side, and you'll automatically pick it up on the way without having to deep down into it. You should know if you've picked it up to the far, to the right or not. Like there, I'm fine, I'll get it. But like, if you know you're not, just dip in a little bit and make sure you get it. I once lost a PB because I thought I picked up the magic and I never. I walked right past it. Alright, Trinex is a piece of piss. He is one of the easiest bosses in the game, really. You should be doing backdoor. If you're not doing backdoor, learn backdoor. It's really easy. I think Andy goes over it a lot in his tutorial. Okay, so points to mention. If you want, you can save the buffer by all means. You know, buffer here to the ice rod instead. Some people do that. Okay, it's one of those things. So it's like that. When you're slashing this head, it's like the the Helmasaur fight with the hammers. He's gonna bounce you back off him, and you've just got to kind of like, you know. You'll get used to it the more you do, but you've got to like try to keep yourself centered because you don't want something like this to happen. Let's see. You don't want to fight to look something like this, like that, too far away. You want to go against the grain, where he's try and keep yourself like still in there, like kind of like this. So like, you know, stay around, try and keep yourself centered instead of going all the way up here every time. So yeah, it takes one ice rod, then 4 hits, then one ice rod, then 1 hit. Obviously as well, for some reason, well not obviously, but for some reason, when you kill one of the heads, you can't change. I can't change to my menu right now. I have to wait until that head dies. So that's why we changed to the fire rod before we actually kill this guy, because you can't use your menu. So you change after the last ice rod hit. So 1, whoops. Probably why you should use a buffer there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ice rod, then change. Oh, this actually, the last hit on the right, you do want to use the, you know, where he boosts to you advantage. So try and be to the right of the head, and you get a little boost over to the right, which is nice. Now for the ice head. Whoops, I did that wrong. For the ice head, you might have to do 1 or 2 things. You can either fire rod him from here, if he's in a good position. If not, you just come round and fire rod him from the side, because what the whole point of the backdoor Trinex is to only get is so that his big head only comes out once. So you've got to make sure you're fast enough for that. So if you can see him that you can fire rod down from up here, then do it. Now if you do fire rod down, let me get a save state where it's fire rodded down. Telling you, easiest boss in the game. And I keep fucking up. But I am very bad at the game. Okay, alright, this will do. It won't let me save. Alright, I'll just explain it. So when you fire rod him from the top, what you want to do is you want to dash for the first hit. You don't want to walk around to the side and slash. You don't want to slash from the top because there's a very good chance you're going to get boosted from the spikes. Plus you're getting boosted from the away from where you want to be. So you want to dash through him, and then when you dash, you're not going to get hit, you're fine. When you're inside his head, move out to the right and then start slashing from the right. So dash, slash twice, fire rod, and then it's either going to be 1 more slash or 2. It depends on, there's this weird thing with the ice head where the fire rod can do double damage on him sometimes. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So just slash until Like, I don't listen to game sound when I do run, so I just slash usually until you know, until I see him starting to explode. You like that? Okay, now with this next phase, he's giving me really good RNG here. You want to just be slightly off center to the left, face sword to the left. Spin, hold left. You want to hold left as well as you're on that spin. It's going to push you further away. And then just turn back. Now, what I do as well to be a little bit safe is... Oh, actually, let me save state after that phase is done. Okay, see, that one only took... That took one less slash that time. Alright. So what I do to be safe is I buffer to the hook shot, because I need the hook shot next anyway. I buffer here to make sure that I got the 2 hits. To make sure I got the double hit. If I didn't get the double hit, then I'm going to move up and go around and fight him like this. If he starts in a position where he's... no, he might, his turtle shell might be over here, really low to the wall. Or to the left, really low to the wall. What you want to do there is you want to angle slightly. You want to be slightly even more off center, but not too much. And then just kind of hope for the best. Not a difficult fight. Really not a difficult fight. You should just probably practice it. Like, you should practice the whole game. But this is definitely not a difficult fight. Like that. I like to get like right up into the fire as well. Makes it a little bit faster. Don't forget the heart doesn't spawn where he is. And then if you're lucky, you can get a hook shot to the door. Nice. Alright, now I fucking can't finish this tutorial right now. I have to go somewhere for like an hour. Which is a shame. It's gonna be in 3 parts. Actually, you know what? It's not going to be in 3 parts, because I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to restream this. Because what I'm going to do is, I've got, like, let's see. I got a 5 hour from yesterday. This is 5 hours now. And I'm probably going to spend an hour on Ganon's Tower. And potentially an hour, probably like half an hour on Ganon. So it's going to be like a 12-hour tutorial all raw. So I'm not fucking having a 12-hour tutorial. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just edit out big chunks of it, you know, like stuff where I do repetitive stuff where I've accidentally, you know, game saved to a lower place, crystal cutscenes, stuff like that. I'm going to edit all that out and hopefully get it down to about like 6 hours. And then what I'll do is I'll upload that to YouTube and I'll re-upload that to Twitch and have a Twitch VOD, because I don't want to like a big 12-hour tutorial which is split into 3 parts. It's not going to be very good for people to watch. Because this isn't a learning tutorial. If you want to learn the game, like I've already said, if you want to learn the game, I'm just going to turn that cam off because I really need to scratch my dick. If you want to learn the game, you want to watch Andy's tutorial or Run and Watch's tutorial. They go over all the beginning, all the movement tech, and stuff like that. But this is just for people who have, you know, played the game for quite a bit already. You know, preferably this is for somebody who's got sub 130, you know, who wants to get all the way down to, but you can get all the way down to 124 with this, or you can, you know, this will get you down to 126, I think, without too much problem. I think this will get you down to 126 without too much problem. I go over everything I think. I don't think I missed anything on where people might be losing time. But there's still a lot of stuff in here which is great for people who are new to the game, or have like 140s, you know, 135s, 133s, because it's going to stop you, it's going to let you know about bad habits you're probably doing early on. So it's probably going to help people like that as well. But yeah, I'll do Ganon's Tower then in Ganon, and like an hour. And then hopefully I'll edit it over the week. And maybe upload it at the weekend. Because the thing is as well, if I upload this to YouTube, you know how shit my fucking internet is. Like, when I upload PBs to YouTube, they're like, what, 1 hour 30? And they take me 6 hours. So can you imagine a fucking 10-hour video? Not good, not good. I mean, I could export it straight from Twitch, but then it would only be in 30 frames per second. I need to encode it to 720 before YouTube will allow it to be 60 frames per second. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in an hour. Somebody should probably do a run in that time and get a PB. Okay, see you later.